Our meeting is broadcast. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, together with my colleague, the representative of the chamber representing the Ukrainian side, on behalf of co-organizers and the host of the region, including the Marshal, the Mayor of Świnoujście, I'd like to welcome you during this 17th Baltic Business Forum. We meet here for the 17th time in the hospitable city of Świnoujście, but it's the reason to be happy. But this day is the 1187th day of the tragic and brutal aggression of Russia in Ukraine. Ukraine, under the pressure of the aggression from such a large and powerful superpower, Ukraine resists, fights. It's still sovereign, independent, and it's growing and developing. It's something fantastic. They recorded 30% drop of their GDP during the first year of the war, but since that time, their GDP has been growing, signifying the economic development. The truth is that the brutal war became something common, something that we hear about every day. In Poland, we do not encounter air raids, the death of our relatives and children. The war became something common. So, using every opportunity everywhere, we should remind ourselves that the brutal aggression against Ukraine is in progress. Our friends are dying. Defenders of Ukraine are dying, including Polish soldiers and soldiers from elsewhere in the world who are involved in the defense of sovereign Ukraine. Our forum is also an opportunity to remind ourselves that the tragic events are still taking place. We meet in a very special moment in Poland during the presidential campaign, during the election, and in this campaign, the Ukraine note has taken place, but not on a positive way. In the past, the obligation of the political elite, the political class, was to provide explanation to the public. Today, politicians, unfortunately, candidates, focus more on opinion polls than their mission for their communities, their electorates. One of them said that he would be against the presence of Ukraine in NATO, which was a stabbing of their back. And it would be worth repeat that on every opportunity, that Ukrainian migrants, refugees, and employees in Poland provided more and contributed more to the state budget than the cost of their maintenance in Poland. And this should be emphasized, this should be discussed rather than using bad emotions. Unfortunately, the contemporary politics uses fear, hatred, and bad emotions. The Baltic Business Forum, the 17th forum, is yet another year of very intensive work for our chamber. The chamber has been growing. A year ago, we had 500 member companies, now more than 600, both Polish and Ukrainian. This is our power. Still, a year ago, we didn't have representative branches in Bydgoszcz and Opole, but we opened our office in Łódź, in Wołyń. And we laid flowers on the tombs of those of 1940s. During that time, our chamber organized missions involving strategic sectors, including the energy industry, military industry, involving the Polish armament group in agriculture to Wolyń. And every trip there started with concerns expressed by Polish companies about the actual situation there, threats, whether it's possible to do something positive there, and they ended with fascination in Ukraine. They became convinced that it's necessary to revise strategies towards Ukraine, that we need to take a different view on development plans. And we really care of promoting the real picture of Ukraine and the potential of our cooperation, which is not fully utilized by Polish companies. We'd like to show it, promote it, disseminate it. And the Cooperation Council plays a very important role in this area. I'm very glad to welcome the chairman of the Council for the Cooperation with Ukraine, Professor Paweł Kowal, the MP. Paweł, welcome cordially. We'd like to thank you for your dedication to Polish-Ukrainian affairs, and we are aware that it's not easy, both on the Polish and Ukrainian sides, and we often encounter a number of issues. I'd like to welcome the Ukrainian ambassador to Poland, Wasyl Bodnar, a very experienced diplomat, previously the ambassador of Ukraine to Turkey, where he did miracles when it comes to the attitude of Turkey to the war. Let me welcome former Prime Minister of Poland and today the chair of the Audit Committee of the Ukrainian facility, Professor Marek Belka. Marek, thank you very much that you accept our invitation every year. We'd like to continue this tradition. Let me welcome the Ambassador Jan Trąszyński, the former main negotiator of Poland's accession to the EU, and today the member high-level group for Ukraine. Jan, your experience for our friends in Ukraine, negotiators, is invaluable. Let me welcome the Deputy Minister of Strategic Industries of Ukraine, Dmytro Goszczak. Dmytro, thank you very much for coming from Kiev. I know that you're going to have very important talks regarding the sector you represent, where the potential for cooperation has been underutilized. Let me welcome our friend, Deputy Minister of National Defense, Minister Stanisław Wziątek. Ladies and gentlemen, we wouldn't make it in Świnoujście if it was not for the host. Let me welcome the President of the city, Ms. Agatowska. And the host of the region, the Marshal, the head of the regional government, Olgierd Geblewicz. My apologies, it's not possible to list everyone. I'm very happy that we have so many important people with us. Let me just mention the Deputy President of the Polish Agency of Trade and Investment, supporting us in Ukraine, Mr. Gwiazdowski. Welcome. Łukasz joined us with the entire team of the agency. Let me welcome my friend. I'm proud that we've been friends for long. Yesterday we had some time to talk. The chair of the directors of the construction industry of Ukraine. Sasha is our great friend and a friend of Świnoujście is Burak Pelivan, the chair of the International Association of Turkish Business to Ukraine. Burak, welcome. Your support and everyday cooperation is something really fantastic for us. Let me welcome the chair of the council of our association, Europe, Poland East. Yesterday, we've seen something phenomenal with her energy, voice, and directness. Oksana Bielozira, the former Minister of Culture, Ukraine. Oksana, welcome. We're going to meet her tonight. And Aleksander Kwaśniewski, the former Polish president, is on his way, and Mr. Gołota, the former Minister of State Assets. Let me welcome presidents, CEOs, business people, representatives of local governments, in particular representatives of Ukrainian oblasts, the Ukrainian regions. We have several Ukrainian regions represented here during the forum, and the group is headed by Diana Balinova. Let me welcome all of you cordially. Ladies and gentlemen, the 17th Baltic Business Forum will open by Vladimir. Thank you, Jacek. A lot has been said. Well, Poland is so much dedicated to helping Ukraine. It's very hard to add anything else to what we've already heard, so we can just thank you, and thank you for that. It was a big surprise, something astonishing, and also for Poles, not only for Ukrainians, that the entire nation was capable, in a mysterious way, react to the situation. Good should support good. The past 3 nights were absolutely crazy. I was still in Kiev on Friday and Saturday, and I heard the sound of Iskander. Drones are there, something very common, something we see every day and every night, and the past 3 nights were terrible. Ukrainians will never surrender because we feel we become stronger and stronger, and we'd like to be stronger because our friends are helping us to become stronger. So on behalf of all Ukrainians, I just want to thank you very much indeed. The task of our forum is that during those intellectual discussions, during meetings with those who can contribute to this synergy of cooperation, we should build the strength and the resilience. And this is what we are going to do and create. I'm not going to elaborate on it, but how can we bring Ukrainians back home? The first goal, and I keep hearing this from our regional leaders, we should build Ukraine anew rather than rebuild it according to the standards of 1950s, according to the standards of 2050, according to the goals of the EU for the future. We understand the Russian peace and what it is. We also understand the intention to restore the power of Russia. Remember Lech Wałęsa, who went to the United States and said, we'd like to get rid of communism, please help us. And we've seen that the entire world helped Poles. Now, I expect that the entire world will help Ukrainians. We do not want to come back to what Russians call the Russian peace. We look forward to the West, and we hope we overcome problems and will cover this route and will be able to build Ukraine anew and help all those people who had to leave their country. We'd like to help them to come back, and may God help us with power and intention. So we declare the forum open. Let me give the floor to Vasyl Bodnar, the Ukrainian ambassador, to take the floor. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister, ministers, Mr. Chairman. It is a great honor for me to be invited to such an important event. It is yet another meeting in this series, the meeting of business. I'm for the first time at the forum. First of all, I'd like to thank the Chamber of Commerce, in particular Jacek Piechota, the chair, for excellent organization and that you keep focus on Ukraine. And the participation in the forum is yet another opportunity for us to discuss the fighting Ukrainian country. And it's a great opportunity to discuss the future, our plans, what we need to do, and what we need to focus on. Today, without discussions about defense, security, and the past. Without security, there's no development, peace, and since we are insecure, we face a number of issues. We need to unite and work together to be able to resist the pressure which started 3 years ago with the Russian aggression in Ukraine. Of course, this is the foundation. Poland, like no other country, understands security. They invest a lot and supports Ukraine. These are not just words. We receive various forms of assistance, including military help and assistance to thousands of Ukrainians who found a new home in Poland, and businesses, which are the added value for the Polish society and economy. It is my duty to thank Poland, every Pole, for opening your hearts and doors for Ukrainians. We understand that the political discourse is slightly different. The situation has been changing, but this has no impact on our friendship. In the if it was not for the media, we also hold private discussions, and we see that a lot of equipment and assistance is directed to Ukraine. And you, business people, focus on opportunities for cooperation in Ukraine after the end of the war. And there are numerous opportunities. There will be work for everyone. There is a lot to be done, but we need to examine the future together, not only from the point of view of interest, but also from the point of view of geopolitics security and NATO. Otherwise, we won't be able to build safe and secure Europe without Ukraine in NATO, and the European dimension, which is a very important choice for us. Poland is a very important example of the successful transformation. I was in Poland 15 years ago as a diplomat, and now, being an ambassador, I was able to come to Poland. Poland, a completely different country. So Poland is a role model for many countries undergoing transition, including Ukraine. Ukraine is tired, is fighting in this war, but we have a lot to offer. Today, we are an example of resilience, societal mobilization, innovation, and the added value is the technological development, the development of the military industry and various technologies. Not all countries understand that, but you are familiar with it. We've been discussing it for months, and we look forward to the future. We are getting ready for the rebuilding, restoration, and there's a lot of opportunities for work, investment, and profit. This is the basis for business. Without profit, there's no sense to enter a market. So today we've been working on it together with the Polish government and parliament. I'd like to thank Mr. Kowal for his dedication. We've been cooperating with the business and the government to show that Poland was first to help us and will be the first for the recovery. May long live Poland, and glory for Ukraine. And this is something unforeseen, but now let me give the floor to the mayor of Świnoujście, Ms. Agatowska.
Państwo, ja już nie będę też wchodziła na mównicę.
Good afternoon. I won't take the pulpit because it is designed for more honorary guests today. I encourage you to take active part in our conference, and I invite you to the islands of Świnoujście city, the only in their class in Poland. It is especially for you that the sun is shining today. I heard from the Marshal of West Pomerania that Szczecin is a rainy city today, so you're lucky ones being here today. When we met here last year, we thought that today's Baltic Business Forum would be held in very different circumstances, that we would be able to talk more about peace. Yet we are still talking about the fact that the threats that have come and are appearing, and the political situation that emerged in the US, which is affecting the EU and Poland, in the case of the presidential campaign, they all deprive us of the sense of peace. It's quite the opposite. They cause stress and anxiety. We know very well that the meeting of today, just like the previous 16 editions, are meant for supporting the development of business and economy. This is very important. Today we are saying that economy is mainly used for calculating profits, but I would like to encourage you and appeal to you that through the prism of work and cooperation, we should also see people in economy, people who are devoting their lives, their suffering, the mothers who are mourning their sons and husbands who sacrifice their lives for not only the safety of Ukraine, but also Poland and Europe. This is a huge value which we should remember. The values that should be always seen as having higher priority than profit. They should be our signpost. They should be our heading that should give us the light every day. If we lose people from sight, their future, their fate, their development, also individual development, then the world will not go in the right direction. The world will only keep calculating profits, which are often unfortunately paid for by dishonesty and by situations that we as people would not like to be the effect of our own actions. So, thanking Jacek, but also his colleagues and the Marshal for co-organizing this event in Hotel Zdrojowy Invest and the Radisson Hotel. Thank you for facing up to the challenges and making us gather here. Hopefully we will spend this time on fruitful discussions and the day will be full of optimism that we are going in the right direction. And may the peace come. That's what I wish for myself and for you. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marshal of West Pomerania Voivodeship, the Voivodeship or province which has been our host for so long now, Olgierd Gieblewicz. I will take the liberty of taking the pulpit to talk to you so that I can see you better. Welcome cordially once more to this very beautiful city of Świnoujście in West Pomerania, where some people say that Poland ends, but we like to say that Poland starts here. I remember perfectly well when Jacek Piechota proposed to organize a forum like this 17 years ago. The forum was supposed to bring together the Polish business and European business with Ukrainian business. This was supposed to be the platform for it. I remember that back then, while I was not yet the marshal of this province, you might think that I've always been the marshal, but no, I've been one for 15 years only. But back then, I was the leader of the provincial Sejm, or provincial parliament, and I thought that his idea was a crazy one. How can such a region as ours link the west of Europe with Ukraine? But now I can say with pride that there is a lot that we have in common, and we are having more and more in common. In West Pomerania, we have 668 micro and small companies with the Ukrainian capital. That is the result of the fact, of course, that many Ukrainians came here first to work, and then they started up their own businesses. I'm glad because they are reinforcing our West Pomeranian economy. We have companies such as Pesala that has its production facility in Krypnica. That is an example of a large enterprise, and hopefully we will have more of this kind in the future. We will be talking about security during this panel. It is difficult not to talk about security in such turbulent times. We will also talk about energy security. You know perfectly well. By the way, in 2009, when Baltic Business Forum was beginning, Poland was fully dependent on Russian gas. Today, thanks to the fact that in 2015 we launched LNG terminal, and a few years ago we launched the Baltic pipe that delivers gas from the Norwegian shelf to us, we are secure in Poland. But we wanted the security to also be a share of our Ukrainian partners. In matters related to energy security, we still have a lot to do together. So I'm happy that this is going to be another important topic to be discussed today. This shows that, first of all, this distant West Pomerania is not actually a distant place. We are better and better linked by routes with other areas, and West Pomerania is becoming a more and more attractive place for dialogue between the European Union and Ukraine. On the other hand, we have more and more topics to talk about. At the end, I will say a few political words. Apart from being the host, I'm also a politician. So, first of all, we we actually counted very strongly last year that this year we would be talking only about recovery and not about further military support for Ukraine anymore. But it is not up to us. It is up to the large-scale geopolitics. What we can do is only to support. As we are living in turbulent times for Polish people too, and Poland is now at the threshold of a huge choice of which direction it will take. Jacek, as a former politician, spoke of what is the defect of today's policy, or politics actually, that politics do not set trends, it follows trends. It could be partly true, but I believe that the biggest defect of Polish politics is symmetrism. And that is why I want to debate this symmetrism. Jacek, unfortunately, put an equalization mark between Ukraine's participation in NATO and, on the other hand, the question of whether we should limit the payment of social benefits to Ukrainian families who are living here and paying the taxes. This is the proposal by the second candidate for the president. It appears to be very honest. So putting the equalization mark between these two things might be confusing to part of the undecided electorate. I have to clearly state that it is my deep hope that my countrymen in 6 days, without any symmetrism, will choose Poland that 100% stands on the side of Ukraine, that it is 100% in favor of military support for Ukraine, and is 100% in favor of building equal, honest conditions for cooperation in military terms, in economic terms, and in human terms. This is what I wish to myself, to my countrymen, and to every one of you. I'm happy to be here with you, and I wish you fruitful discussions. Mr. Marshall, it's the role of a former politician to be provocative sometimes and start a reaction. And I have started a reaction. I think that everybody here in this room has no doubts whom I'm going to vote for. I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that we do sometimes play on those negative emotions. Thank you, Olgierd, anyway, for your response, because you hit the bullseye. We have no doubts about this. We are all convinced that next Sunday everything will happen favorably, both for Poland and for Ukraine. Now, we are waiting for the head of the Council for Cooperation with Ukraine to take the floor, Paweł Kowal, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Commission of the Polish Sejm. He has devoted his personal experience to a difficult role, a difficult one, because on the Polish side there are also various emotions, and on the Ukrainian side there's also sometimes misunderstanding for our circumstances, for how we perceive history. There are problems, a lot of problems on both sides. So Paweł, please take the floor. Marek Belka is one of the few people who can tell me what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is an exceptional one. You are doing a very good job that once a year you give us an opportunity to meet and talk, not superficially, but to talk deeply about Poland's role in the recovery of Ukraine in the broad context of Polish-Ukrainian relations. This is also an exceptional honor for me, or privilege, to be here to talk to you with a bit more words than we usually have the opportunity to speak at conferences to define the current reality. Therefore, I have this idea for my speech today. Let me start with a number of strategic questions about which we have discussed today and in the recent weeks. Then I will move on to talk to you about the Polish recovery plan for Ukraine, meaning how we, with Polish entities and what entities they are, we are preparing ourselves to rebuild Ukraine and what we should do to get there. I feel I am at a place where I can also talk to you about a number of things related to our cooperation. For example, the idea for the creation of the Council for Cooperation with Ukraine is an idea for the building of a network of social relations with the business, with local government, with cultural centers, and these have already happened. If we are to assume that this reference point once a year is this meeting in Świnoujście, then we can actually start counting a year from our last open discussion about what our plan is and what we have succeeded at doing. Unfortunately, this cannot be cut off from the basic issue of the broad plan for viewing the Polish-Ukrainian cooperation and the imagination of what is to happen after the war. So let me start with the topical subject of what Ukraine's place is supposed to be, where Ukraine is supposed to be after the war. But before I get there, I have to make a reference to your imagination. How do you imagine Ukraine if, for example, the armistice will happen in 2 or 3 months? What country will it be? How will it be organized? After all, that will be a country that has lost 5 to 6 million of its citizens who have left the country. There will be 100 or maybe more victims who died on the front line. Let us look into the statistical data. The data is ruthless. From what I remember, over 60% of Ukrainians are affected by the loss of someone close to them. They have lost family members or friends. A similarly large number of people will be affected by anxiety after the war, the fear related to the wartime trauma. After all, a whole Ukrainian generation is being brought up hearing or reading about bombs approaching. Add to that material loss in infrastructure, and only then can you picture the scale of problems that Ukraine will face. Exactly, will it be Ukraine? Indeed, I think it has to be sounding very clearly in every discussion. There is no Ukrainian matter that relates to Ukraine. No, this is the matter of the whole Central Europe, how it will be organized, also in social terms. It is easy to say for some people today, both in Poland and in other places around the world, due to my second role of the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Polish Sejm, I meet politicians who are sometimes surprisingly naive in this respect. They say the integration with the NATO and the European Union has to wait. Let's not talk about that. But why not to talk about this if Americans or Germans are speaking about that? We do that because this is how we understand the Polish interest. That's the Polish doctrine, which is important in policy. We, however, need this opening. This is the Polish political approach that is present in every Polish president. Let me mention two, but I could actually say the same about all of them. However, I would like to put a stress on the outlooks and attitude of Kaczyński and Kwaśniewski, the presidents. What I mean is opening for the NATO and opening for the EU. Due to the needs of our security and due to the fact how we understand the security of Central Europe in the future. What does it mean to be open for the EU? It means effective, in-depth negotiations without any colors of shades. No, with a clear signal sent to our partners in Ukraine that negotiations on entry into the EU is a strategic matter, long-term matter, which is not related to the current conditions. So it has also to take into account problems that always happen transitionally with every entrance into the EU. For example, related to the market. But the political process has to be rolling on and it has to be credible, meaning the Ukrainians cannot be left after the war in a situation in which there is a risk of a total political radicalization. If, for example, someone said, the West did not keep its word. I think there can be moments where you can put things clearly and unambiguously. If Europe, if the West does not keep its word, if this process is not credible on the political level, and if it is not conducted properly on the negotiation level, then the Georgian scenario is looming. That is an example where promises were not kept. And there was a society that was totally pro-European, and it ends up with a risk of very huge political disaster. We, after the closing of the hot phase of the war, because I don't believe in the traditional peace, we will be in the same situation. The same applies to the matter of the NATO. It's the role of the politicians to say things that others do not accept for the given moment. So today a lot of people will say NATO, no. But that is politics. That is what politics is about. I remember Jerzy Bara, the Polish ambassador to Ukraine, an outstanding one. He told me diplomacy is for the situation where you've been said 8 times no, you have to go there 9 or 10 times to say yes, because these are things that are important for your country. This is the only way to do politics or diplomacy. The matter of opening Ukraine for the NATO, or the operation of opening the door to NATO for Ukraine, is really not on the table today, indeed, because too many people are saying no. But to myself, this is just an encouragement that we have to show everybody that today's Ukrainian army, with its experience of the recent years after the attack in February 2022, is de facto part of the NATO. After all, this is a qualified army qualified and trained and equipped by NATO countries. Let's not be children about this. This is just a matter of political decisions that today do not have any room, but it's our role, due to the reasons of our security, to take care of taking these opportunities the moment they appear. Another matter of strategic importance is the matter of the conversations that are being held now. I am looking at it as a Polish politician to see where those elements, from our point of view, important, are lying.
We face a certain taboo created after the Second World War, a taboo on the stability of borders in Europe. A very cautious listener should raise a hand and say that the taboo has already been broken by the Russian Federation for the first time in 1992 and 1993 in the case of Georgia. And the breach of this taboo today and recognition that the Western world is ready to accept formally and legally the forceful changes of borders by Russia is the bringing of a new vision of war on a much larger scale in Eastern Europe. And there are such forces for whom the revisionism of borders is the main political message. For instance, Hungary, the readiness to the revision of borders is unprecedented, and everyone following the European politics is aware of that. So the Polish national interest involves the non-recognition of borders changed forcefully. And the Ukrainian state independent Ukrainian state should not agree or should agree to peaceful solutions of transition transition status. But from the point of view of peace in Central Europe, the security of borders and this taboo of international law is something fundamental. We should not give more time to Putin. And this is crucial for us. We've been analyzing figures concerning structural changes in the Russian army. We analyzed Russian activity towards Poland, including sabotage, not only information, propaganda, which was the specialty of Imperial Russia, Soviet Russia or Putin Russia. Poland is the target of such attacks launched by Russia. Poland and other countries in Central Europe are threatened. So the conditions of discontinuing the war will also apply to our security. I boldly say this to everyone I meet, and I encourage you to spread the word that the European affairs are undetachable from Ukrainian affairs. If you try to find an issue that pertains to Ukraine and Ukraine only, it's almost impossible. So the process of recovery will not only involve physical recovery, which is obvious for everyone. So there's no one-to-one recovery after a war. People were displaced, circumstances changed. So we will always have rebuilding and modernization, which is a great opportunity for Ukraine and Central Europe. New technologies and a speedy entrance on the development path. And this recovery process should be yet another compensation for the world. We will move to the digital world and European integration. If someone says that they do not want to support it, let me paraphrase Włodzimierz Bączkowski. Nobody else is familiar more with the flaws of the Ukrainian system, including oligarchy or other issues. The European integration is understood as a process, negotiations leading to a very specific goal. So there is no only physical rebuilding, so rebuilding, recovery, modernization, and integration. Let me move on with yet another issue. An issue which is seemingly not related to the recovery of Ukraine, but it is important for the Polish-Ukrainian relations. For the first time, we exhumated the victims of nationalists from the period of the Second World War in Volyn. It's a tremendous achievement that the process has started not only in just one venue, but several other venues. The principle adopted is that it's purely administrative. We do not debate history. We do not try to impose the interpretation of historical events. And after several rounds of discussions, we avoided to use the word history. We just adopted the right to remembrance. Involves the right to exhumate, to have a proper funeral, meditation and prayer. And after this experience today, after the experience of 10 years of Ukrainian war, because I have no doubt it started 10 years ago, and we are ready to solve this problem in this very spirit. It's not an issue for historical discussion, but as a humanitarian Christian issue, and the process has a tremendous importance for the Polish-Ukrainian relations. all of you dealing with the relations are aware, and there's no sense to hide it, the truth is crucial. From a certain moment, a number of processes in the relations were difficult because humanitarian and Christian issues have not been solved. So let me move on to discuss our recovery plan and the effects of our last year activity within the Council. The outline of the plan has already been presented to some of you. We have a firm schedule, just as one of Polish distinguished employers and business people said, related to in my region. He said, Paweł, don't be so tense. Business people will make their individual decisions themselves, finally, based on their best assessment of the situation and risk to be involved. But your task is to make it possible for the Polish business to participate in the rebuilding of Ukraine. So no politician, nobody in this room is able to take responsibility for other people's business risks. You're not able to assess whether it's better to invest and build in Warsaw or in Kiev. But our responsibility is to prepare the recovery plan and to prepare instruments supporting the plan, to create an opportunity, develop a schedule, and I believe that our past year gave us such opportunity, and I'm able to present it to you today. We assume that we have the specific Polish approach to recovery. After dozens of meetings, or maybe even more than dozens, involving partners from various corners of Europe, I can see that other plenipotentiaries for the recovery operate in a different situation. They view this recovery process from a distance. For us, it's something organic relationships between Polish business and Ukrainian business, Polish and Ukrainian local governments and NGOs, and all other possible institutions. Together with us, we have a former Prime Minister, and everyone dealing with administration is familiar with the situation that perhaps should be the Ministry for Ukraine, but we can fill the work of this apparent ministry with a lot of efforts and activities and measures, because there are so many relations between Poland and Ukraine. And this is the difficulty, and at the same time, a great opportunity for us. We, as a team, are based in the Chancellery of the PM to give a clear signal to our partners in the West and to Ukraine about the political rank of our activity. And we can coordinate. So we are somewhere in between coordination and advisory function. And we understand that Polish-Ukrainian relations involves every single institution and organization. We meet in Świnoujście to discuss Polish-Ukrainian relations. After a year of our cooperation and discussions with the business and our Western partners, the Polish approach to recovery should be based on 3 pillars. The first pillar is communication and connectivity. It has been translated into Polish as connections, but it's something that we understand as communication, and this is the task for Polish organizations, the participation in the recovery of Ukraine from the point of view of Poland. Participation in the recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine just as we supported Ukraine during the wartime. So we think about this process as building communication process, transport, improving border crossings, and modernization of existing border crossings rather than building new border crossings, and making it possible for Polish companies to participate in this mission of transferring support for the rebuilding of Ukraine. We need to also imagine the volume of goods and services and finance to be transferred there. We already adjusted relevant instruments, including the loan program provided by the BGK Bank, and we also expedited our work regarding the modernization of border crossings. A lot needs to be done. The document that is going to be presented to the realm of business will start from this particular pillar. The second pillar is trade. And this is something to be discussed by every Polish politician. 13 billion euros of transfers, excellent trade balance, a very large scale, and 30% of European trade to Ukraine. We have never thought about it previously. You think that the majority of this trade involves military equipment, but it's not. 10% of Polish cheese is sold to Ukraine. And this a good point for discussion, how to protect the Polish agricultural market and how to find ways to strengthen processing, to find a model where something that seems to be a threat might be an opportunity in the future. And regarding export, and we have economists here, but everyone knows that export is followed by services, modern technologies, and large investment. So we should examine trade and to base the recovery plan based on the experience of large export. We know that a lot of SMEs will be involved in it, but regarding goals for the rebuilding of Ukraine, it's a question of strengthening the middle class in Poland and Ukraine, and this should be one of fundamental goals. And the third pillar, investment. We should show the path for Polish business towards Ukraine, reducing risk. I keep remembering these words of Benefritzko, my counterpart in the United States during the period of the previous administration. She kept repeating about reducing risk. It was our obsession this year. I'm not going to read out from the paper I prepared. I can quote some figures from the Ukraine facility. And thanks to the efficient cooperation of several Polish institutions, including the BGK Bank and our team, involving attorney Zeidler and Mr. Stolarczyk, we managed to develop the provisions in such a way that this instrument is ready for Polish business. Today, we're looking for new ideas, and I'd like to appeal to you to support me if you see that something is still needed, even when it seems too fantastic. We have good time for the discussion to discuss rebuilding of Ukraine. It's the right moment to convey such ideas. We've been working on in a continuous mode, meeting various organizations of the Polish business, and every month we hold at least 2 meetings with relevant industries. So my goal is to disseminate information. Please call us. We have very good and well-developed communication channels and certain instruments. When the Prime Minister asked me what I can tell to the Polish business, you can tell Mr. PM that they already have very important ready to be used to be able to participate in the process of rebuilding Ukraine. Of course, apart from businesses, local governments and NGOs, churches, and all others participating in the process of rebuilding Ukraine, not only in its economic sense, we also involve strategic dimensions. Large state treasury companies are also involved in the process, and before the Rome conference, we should have a list of large companies ready to say, yes, we want to get involved deeper into the Polish-Ukrainian relations. And I'm convinced that the relations are a part of strategic economic decisions. So historical issues, justified and unjustified grief, should give way to serious and pragmatic business discussion. Perhaps sometimes we think that we're not pragmatic enough to process and transfer that to economic relations. But now, the recovery of Ukraine is a great opportunity for it, an opportunity to implement strategic investments that will link us even stronger, will change Polish-Ukrainian relations also in their historic dimensions. We don't have the ambassador in this room, but we follow what President Zelensky has said after the invasion. No doubt, Poland and British political mobilization helped Ukraine during the initial critical a week and a half. Just as President Zelensky has said, we were the first to assist, we will be the first to rebuild. We need to find several strategic investments where we can act together in such areas as the port of Odessa, but several other projects that may become flagship projects, visible projects supporting Polish-Ukrainian relations in the future. So the three pillars, very specific instruments in each of them. We need more, so we've been looking for ideas to promote communications, logistics, development of trade, investments. And we should add those components that are still needed, so when the recovery process starts, everything should be ready. And it's obvious for us that we need to reduce risk and we need to wait for the end of the war. And in certain areas, it's not yet possible to implement these activities, but we need to get ready for that. And we also try to add those visible, those flagship projects to be implemented by large companies, and we try to develop the schedule. Now, the Polish-Ukrainian consultations are very important regarding the plan. We planned meetings on the 13th and 14th June for the meetings. We are going to sit together. There are still places available for the Polish business, administration, business communities, and local governments. And acting in line with the plan, the three pillars, we are ready to discuss what's still needed. And what we still need are your comments regarding the Ukrainian legal system. And I'd like to transfer these ideas to Ukraine as our ideas for the development of economic relations. So your contribution will be invaluable. We come back from Kiev, we have the Rome conference. the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in Rome. I'd like to invite you to the event. Ms. Elisa Zeidler is the coordinator of our involvement in the conference, and we should show everywhere that there are many of us. I know you can say that nothing comes out of it, but your business practice shows that nothing comes out of 99 meetings out of 100. But the conference in Baden-Baden, and there's no result, and there's no better opportunity for people to meet and discuss. And this should be the preferred approach. So instead of going to Baden-Baden, you need to go to Rome, be there, discuss things, and there's a lot for those, also for those who will not participate in the proceeding of the conference in the main conference hall. So your time will not be wasted. I hope we will succeed, and the conference on the rebuilding of Ukraine next year will take place in Poland. And I would like next year, hopefully the war will end and the rebuilding projects will start. This is our dream, for the conference to take place in Poland next year, and in 2026 Poland should be the center of our discussion about Ukraine.
To this, we will add, I don't know where, maybe Świnoujście, maybe some other places. We will add jobs to make people occupied, those people who will be debating next year about how to rebuild Ukraine. We have the potential, we have the basis to talk about the recovery of Ukraine. The data about Polish support for Ukraine has just been finalized because it was very hard to achieve, as not all data comes from the government. In the first period, it is much more than 3% of GDP. That was surprising to myself too. When we summed up all the money spent by various societies, associations, churches and other places, that was a lot. Apart from the fact that we are a transit country and our small and medium-sized business has very huge potential, those thousands of Polish entities that have been cooperating with Ukraine for the last decades. This gives us the potential to talk about the fact that we have a special position, and this also gives us the basis to talk about the future, such as funds that will, in capital way, will enter those enterprises that we are planning. In Poland, we are also talking about this within our team. You feel that we live in a special time. As a historian, I know for a fact that if nothing like that happens, like it did in Lisbon in the 17th century when there was an earthquake, and as a result of that earthquake there was a tsunami, and then tsunami caused something else which changed the whole history of Portugal. We can say that this was the 1st of November. Which year, do you remember? Let me not risk exactly what year it was, but that's a cut-off point in history. Usually, history is not about cut-off points. We live usually through processes, such as today. A coffee here, a tea there, a conference here, a meeting there. We don't see the passing time, but I would like to encourage you to see that the time is passing and changing, that a new page of the history book for Europe is opening, and Poland, Poland, Poland is written repeatedly on that page, that we are able to play a crucial role in the rebuilding of our closest neighbor, that we are able to change our historical relationship between the two countries, that we have the economic and political tools to do that. We should not flounder. We should keep this in mind. Thank you. Paweł Kowal, thank you very much. Thank you for pointing to the difficult moment in our history. When we keep talking about this, but this full truth does not liberate us, there will always be one or two opponents who will come up and use these elements to demolish the Polish-Ukrainian relationship. For example, the Polish-German reconciliation is a good example of this. You could think that after decades of efforts at reconciling, nobody will now reach out for anti-German emotions to use them for their political gain. But it appears that after so many years of effort, it can be done. So, hopefully, after these years, talking truthfully about our painful relationship, we should be able now to avoid that happening again. We, as members of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, when we were visiting Wołyń or Kisielin and were putting flowers on the graves, we remember what happened. That our friends from there are taking care of the cemetery place, and that they are taking care of the place where painful history happened. As it comes to the agro sector, I did not mention Minister Michał Kołodziejczak, who's going to participate tomorrow in our debates. On Wednesday, these topics will be taken up with the participation of Minister Kołodziejczak again in a special way. Now, we are waiting for the speech of man of state, outstanding person, the man who was able to take care of the financial relations without looking at the politics. Marek Belka, the head of the audit board of the Ukraine facility, a former CEO of the Polish National Bank, the former Prime Minister of Poland. Thank you. We talked about an example of what we want to avoid happening in Ukraine, which is nepotism. Piechota was part of my cabinet of ministers. Minister Kleiber was also part of that. And that is a network of friends in the best meaning of this word. Let me tell you about what is happening in the audit board of the Ukraine facility to justify my presence in this conference. But I would like to start with something else. It's not just a vice of Poland, it's vice of every country. When I look at the world, at the surrounding from my own perspective, so this Polish centricism is not something exceptional or characteristic just of my country. But I would like to share with you, both you as Poles and Ukrainians, the following reflection. If you look a few decades back, more or less to the place where I was able to experience international politics and the Polish situation in a way where I was aware of what was happening. When Poland became the center of attention, when Poland was noticed by the global society, well, first of all, that was the miracle of the solidarity movement. And that happened again in 1989. Another miracle happened, and we in Poland carried out a bloodless revolution, which, more than the fall of the Berlin Wall, which is a symbol of the fall of communism in Central Europe, but it should rather be treated as the second event after the outbreak of the Solidarity movement and after the Round Table in Poland of 1989. So that was the symbol that revolutionary, bloodless changes happened. Bloodless except for Romania. That was when Poland was the hero of the whole world. Obviously, a very successful transformation was carried out later. It was so successful as we are today, deserving to be put on the cover of The Economist Weekly, which, on its cover, praises Poland as an example for the world to follow. After all, indeed, what we have achieved over the last 30 or so years should be impressive to all Europe, and also, for sure, our Ukrainian friends. Now, what later? Well, I will get to Ukraine in a minute. Then 2008 came with a huge financial crisis. Here in Poland, of course, we laughed and mocked, saying that Poland was the green island, the only country that did not become recessive, the only country in the EU that was not in recession. But how this was perceived, at least in political circles and economic circles, well, let me tell you about an episode which was a proof of that. I went to Argentina, a country which is in trouble today, but which has elites of very highly educated people, far more educated than we are. Sorry to say so. I was introduced at a conference there, not as a former prime minister or as CEO of the National Bank, but as one of the creators of the Polish transformation and the economic policy which led to Poland being the only one country in Europe not to be in recession. At that time, in Argentina, that was the reason to list Poland as the only country like that. They did not speak about our former medieval battles that we won. No, that's just a laughter for them. No, what was the thing to praise was that we were not in recession. And the last example, an incredible one. The world learned that in 2022, after the full-scale war broke between Russia and Ukraine, the border with Poland was crossed by, I don't know, 2 million or maybe more people, maybe 8 million. Now, was there at least one person in Poland who noticed that? There were no stadiums full of refugees, that there were no refugee camps, stadiums full of like bunker beds with people living nomadic lifestyles there? Nothing like that happened. These millions of people were accommodated. A lot of them remained in Poland. A certain part of them went further to the west. So they were accepted by the Polish society, and that was amazing. Again, we deserved to be praised incredibly, and that's what I heard in the United States, for example. We have to put this into our heads that this is happening, that this is these things that build the prestige of your country, and not talking about the advantage of the Polish Husaria military troops at the Kilholm battle that we won. Wonderful, okay, but the fact that we accepted millions of Ukrainians back then in Poland, that is much more important. That's the first thing. Another thing is what I wanted to say about the audit committee. After all, I have to sort of justify my presence here. The European Union created the Ukrainian facility. This is a fund of 50 billion euros in 3 pillars. This money is not related to the military effort or military assistance. The first pillar is the so-called budget support, and that is the majority of that money. This money is meant to maintain the functioning of the Ukrainian state. The most important thing. Somewhat less than 10 billion of that, and that's in euros, is designated for various types of investments in infrastructure, but not only that, because it's also meant for the support of education and the healthcare system. Some of that money is in the form of the so-called soft instruments, which is technical support, training. And now, obviously, Europe has agreed to create this fund. But indeed, there are people in the European Commission, but also in the member states, who are saying, wait a minute, we are giving money. It's not always subsidies. Sometimes this takes the form of loans or guarantees. But how to make sure that this money is not spent in a wrong way? Remember about corruption, double financing, nepotism, conflicts of interest. We all know this in Europe. This is not what we learned from Ukraine. We know how this functions and used to function in Europe. As long as the EU has lasted, these problems have been present and painful and have always ended up in problems. When we started consuming this money, we were, quote unquote, the victims of various irregularities which emerged in how EU funds were consumed in such countries like Spain or Portugal or Greece. Well, they were on a spending spree. Back at those times, the control mechanisms were naively not yet developed enough. We had to face up to more restrictive methods. Now in Ukraine, even more restrictive methods are being tested. So you have to be aware that it's not anti-Ukrainian what is being done. It is the consequence of various mistakes which have been done in such operations. And remember that the EU has decades of experience with such operations. Of course, there used to be control mechanisms in Ukraine itself, even too many of them. Also in the EU Commission. So, there are a lot of such control mechanisms. Despite of this, it has been decided that an independent body is to be created. A small one, and it is called Audit Board. There are just 3 of us on it. Myself, an auditor, a very well-experienced auditor from the Netherlands, and a German who is a very well-experienced project manager. He is experienced also in Ukrainian affairs, and he gained his experience on the ground. We also have a secretariat office in Kiev. A few people support us from Brussels, but we are supposed to take a side look at things, an independent look, to detect problems in the regulation and control system for how money is spent, to look for weak points. and we are able to, slowly learning, detect such problems. At the same time, this is not a group of parachuters dropped from Brussels with another job to control and look at the hands of Ukrainians. No, we are partners, and we are supposed to support Ukrainian authorities in, for example, responding to the audits which are carried out by international auditing institutions. KPMG, towards the end of last year, prepared an audit of the financial control system. It was a very critical one. And now the Ukrainian government is preparing a reply. Unofficially, it was said to us in Brussels recently, help them. So, what I just said was very non-diplomatic, but we are supposed to play the role of the good policeman. The bad policeman is the auditor from Brussels, from the EU Commission. We are the good policeman. The first thing that we want to do, and we are already doing, is to build trust of Ukrainian authorities in us. And indeed, the meetings we hold with Ukrainian authorities, ministries, are meant to do that. We are positively reinforced by how open Ukrainians are. This is our role. And now let me get to the third thing, which is what is the wartime situation in Ukraine like for Europe, and what does it change for Europe? It changes a lot. In fact, 2014 was a year that Europe overlooked. But Europe did not make the same mistake in 2022. However, this did not happen just out of itself. It happened thanks to Poland and the UK. It was the two countries that shouted the most and woke up Europe. It was found out in Europe that what was happening in Ukraine was an existential threat to the whole Europe, the whole EU. And Russia not only invaded or assaulted Ukraine, but it was also attacking the West. After all, Russia is carrying out a disinformation war, a financial war. At that time, I was a member of the European Parliament, and for the Spanish, a bell rang when they heard the information that a party which was in favor of the independence of Catalonia was indeed being financed by Russia. Nothing could strike the Spaniards more and make them interested in the Ukrainian affairs than that thing. And that happened despite the huge distance between the front line and Spain. Something that was commonplace and commonly acknowledged by European leaders and societies is that Russia, as one of its strategic goals, has to weaken Europe or to lead to its collapse. I have to tell you that in my long-term experience, I have had an opportunity to meet very high-level leaders from Russia, or functionaries, let's say, from Russia. I used to work for the UN, and the UN allows or gives a good platform for contacts with Russians. And they say, we can't understand it. How can, in any affair, 25 countries, back then there were 25 EU members, agree on anything. In the Russians' minds, they could only find one solution, that it was threat and not compromise or discussions. For them, it is very inconvenient to talk to the EU. It is much easier for them to talk to individual countries. So, all that got into the minds of at least some politicians, for some time at least, and to some Western societies. One wonderful response that happened then was that Ukraine was assigned with the member candidate status. That in the previous years appeared to be completely impossible. Europe had been tired with subsequent enlargements. I remember when Poland was acceding, that there was fear in Europe that the Central European countries would not be able to deal with things economically. And that turned out to be a mistake. I don't think there were no worries. I don't think there were worries like that in Poland. Now, these countries are doing economically very well. Those countries that joined the Eurozone are doing much better than a lot of old EU members. One problem in our region is that there is a huge influence from Russia on the public opinion, which is then translated into such occurrences as the recent ones in Romania. Romanians are now hitting the headlines all over the world because they have mobilized themselves and have been able to dominate over that guy Simeon. Hopefully, the same thing will happen in other places too. All in all, the perspective of membership in the EU changes it all for one simple reason. The European Union takes upon itself a huge portion of responsibility for Ukraine, not just in financial terms, but also in political and civilizational terms. By the way, when I am asked what benefits Poland has drawn from membership in the EU, there are three, I say. One, the least important, EU funds, where you can see everywhere. We have the best roads in Europe, and that we have thanks to the EU, but that's the least important thing. What is the second point? Access to common market. And the third, most important one, is the civilizational progress. Since 1994, in Poland, we have had a process of adaptation of our law to the EU standards, which is the so-called acquis communautaire. The same thing will soon start happening in your country, Ukraine. What did that mean in Poland? It meant that every act of law that was processed in the Polish parliament, the same, had to carry a clause whether it was concordant with the EU law. If it was not, then there was a roadmap on how to adapt it to the EU law was attached. The same will happen with you. It won't be easy. There will be conflicts of interest. There will be pain. But as long as you do want to enter the EU, these particular interests will be broken, because the interest of the country prevailed. This was what happened in Poland. After we joined the EU, we again started being a normal democratic country, meaning with a lot of mess. And that's the country we are in now. But until Poland entered the EU, we had this specific type of democracy where partisan business, partisan interest was subjected to the state interest, Polish national historical interest. And I can give you examples of two prime ministers from two different opponent areas. Jerzy Buzek and Leszek Miller. Both of them worked actually against the political interests of their own parties, only to enter Poland into the EU. The same is going to happen in your country. This will be painful, but the reward is fantastic. As you are clapping, I think this means I should go. So thank you. I'll see you next time.
Marku, dziękuję.
Marek, thank you very much. I can only confirm that it was painful because the Minister of Economy received information about protests from a number of industries, including steel production, shipyard industry, shipbuilding, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed with the first debate, a debate related to Ukrainian experience, the consequences of full-scale war in the structure of the Ukrainian economy, the oligarchization, militarization of economy, relocation, digitalization, and SMEs. So we're going to discuss a number of issues and topics related to the impact of the war on the Ukrainian economy. Darek, the first Deputy President of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, Dariusz Szymczycha. Can you please take away the lectern? And this is the sign of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, right? We'll try to bring armchairs closer together, and in the meantime, we have Excellency Ambassador Bodnar with us. We are preparing for the recovery. So it's not, we first need to modernize our stage. And as you can see, you need to distribute visas and work permits, legally, of course. Let me invite Ambassador Wasyl Bodnar, Dmytr Hruszczak, the Deputy Minister of Strategic Industries, Ukraine, Jakub Karnowski, the President, the CEO of Credobank, Mateusz Walewski, the Chief Economist, Director of the Department of Research and Analysis at the BGK Bank, Burak Polivan, Sergiusz Horlach, the co-owner of the Agricultural Industrial Group, the co-chair of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce Group. And online, we have with us Taras Kaczka, the Deputy Minister of Economy, Ukraine, High Representative for Trade. Let's welcome Taras with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, when we discuss Ukrainian economy, we describe what happened after the 24th of February 2022. We need to remember some statistics. And the fourth report on the destruction and effort made by the Ukrainian government and international institutions showed that at the beginning of this year, the value of damage was in excess of $500 billion. Inflation in the first quarter of 2025, 14.5%. Discount rate of the central bank increased twice, now 15.5%. GDP of Ukraine in 2023, $178 billion. And we should remember that it was the GDP with a 4% increase, but during the first year of the war, 2022, GDP dropped by 30%, a huge gap, and single-digit growth will not recover that. A large part of GDP of Ukraine is designated for defense, and planned revenue is 2.5 billion hryvnia. And this will be designated for defense, but this is still insufficient. When we analyze the statistics, present a very difficult picture, a gloomy picture. But on the other hand, when I look at Minister Kaczka, the statistics highlight a certain phenomenon. Because if it's so bad, why in European Union countries, member states, we depart from trade solutions that have been in place so far? When it's so bad with the Ukrainian economy, why are we so afraid of the Ukrainian agricultural production and competition on the part of certain innovative sectors? And I'd like to address this question to Minister Kaczka. Why? In such a difficult situation, Ukraine is still so competitive that Europe is afraid of your products. Oh, welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me. My apologies for being online with you. I would love to come to attend your forum in person. So, the English interpreters have a technical problem. We cannot hear the speaker. Once we eliminate the glitch, we'll resume the interpretation. And I'd like to say that this is the first lesson learned from the war, that in fact the main success of the Ukrainian society that we didn't panic, that we didn't give in to the threat from Russia, and with the assistance of European member states, we are able to sustain the operation of the Ukrainian economy, including banking, logistics, and other sectors, and it is possible thanks to the support and the great mobilization of the society. And this may also help the European Union to become a true global leader in various economic areas, from the defense industry, where we have significant knowledge about drones and other technologies, defense technologies, but also in industries where the discussion is so difficult, like agriculture. I am convinced that Ukraine, Poland, and the European Union are destined to cooperate and succeed in all these areas. And the threat that is discussed by the media is not so serious. So the mobilization of the Ukrainian society should highlight the attractiveness of Ukraine and should attract investment still during the war. So if you are surprised with the competitiveness of goods, Ukrainian goods sold to the European Union, it's the best encouragement to invest here and now. We already have examples of such investment, and that's why I believe that there is even better opportunity to invest in Ukraine. We are not competitors, we are partners, just as Prime Minister Belka has said. It's not going to be an easy way for us, but the partnership that's been in the making requires cooperation and courage. And then it will be much easier to cooperate rather than worry about threats and competition. And for this reason, I believe we need to continue our discussion about how we can harness competition for continuous growth in wealth in Ukrainian and Polish economies in the years to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Perhaps yet another question. It's worth explaining and presenting arguments why the foreign trade is so important for Ukraine in this situation. I believe that foreign trade during war is particularly interesting and important, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yes, it's for us. It's a very interesting question. The export of Ukrainian goods to the European Union and the rest of the world is the path of life, because every dollar, euro, or Polish zloty can be channeled to support our army. And this is highlighted by statistics. We use all proceeds from the trade to fund our defense effort. But we need a lot of goods for everyday life, for the economy to operate, and the support for the military should continue. And we need goods from the European Union. That's why this trade, both ways, is very important for us. So we fight not only for export, but we also try to promote logistics, trade, and other areas to be resilient to the Russian threat. Thank you very much. When we planned our Baltic Business Forum, we didn't know that in the Sławków terminal will be visited by Donald Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister. And while talking about the terminal, he said that Sławków is the logistics heart of Europe. And he mentioned that in the context of rebuilding and modernization of Ukraine, but also in a broader context of international trade. But when we discuss the heart, we think about healthy heart and possible bottlenecks that might appear there. And such bottlenecks in our economic relations usually show up on the border for various reasons. I'd like to address this question to Vasyl Bodnar, the ambassador. How should we shape our future relations? What arguments you've been using officially and unofficially to put people at ease, to provide explanation of the situation in the Ukraine economy? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a very simple question. You mentioned the border. We need to eliminate the border, and then it will be easier to trade. But on a serious note, of course, this is the direction that will help our economies. But I'd like to refer to what Mr. Taras Kaczka has said, and the minister. I had a chance to assist him during negotiations with the Brits. We signed a strategic agreement on trade. We also signed a similar one with Turkey. So the third is the discussion with Poland and the European Union in order to solve problems in a constructive manner while protecting our interests. Coming back to the topic of our panel, the oligarchization, the militarization, and fighting against a common economy. When the first government of President Zelensky started digitalization had a serious impact on the economy because a number of services were developed, and international communication between our IT and digital sector did not allow our economy to collapse. And digital services helped a lot to support the operation of our economy. The IT sector also helped the Ukrainian military because digitalization of the combat field was possible. So this has been prepared still before the war. The same applies to the territorial defense, which helped a lot to involve the entire society. The law on the oligarchization was already in place before the war. The war forced us to concentrate on what's important to survive, and of course, defense, high technologies, and supplies for the military were of primary importance. We had to innovate. We had to produce drones, and now we use drones as the main combat measure. Of course, regarding the future, it's not only about the rebuilding of roads and bridges, but we should transform our country following the example of Poland and the European Union. So we try to follow two paths. supporting investment, adoption new technologies, and implementing solutions that are already in place in Poland and prove to be efficient. It's a necessity for Polish business. While coming to Ukraine, you will also help changing our law and rules and help us to reform the country while coordinating our activity with the European Union. So first, we need to establish joint control of the border. We need the final opinion of the European Union regarding joint inspections of the border, and hopefully in the months to come we will be able to sign a relevant agreement. This will simplify procedures on the border. We need to build new border crossings. We're looking for funding to reform and modernize border crossings that exist, and new border crossings to be built with, for instance, the Carpathia region. We need to use all these procedures involving digitalization, high-tech, and innovation. We already have mechanisms of cross-border cooperation between regions. We'd like to reinstall the Council of Regional Cooperation in order to solve all the problems, just as President Kowal mentioned regarding our preparation to rebuilding of the country. So we do not want to exchange accusations through the media. Every problem needs to be solved in a constructive manner. There is the political will of the government and business. Thank you. I'd like to learn something more about the phenomenon of the drone industry in Ukraine. From the public information I learned that Ukraine produced 2 million drones. So it's a serious industry. Mr. Minister, how do you do that in such difficult conditions during air raids, shortages of electricity? How was it possible to start a new industry in your country?
Ніжий мікрофон. Дякую. Так, чутно? Так. На сьогоднішній день частка приватного і державного сектору ОПК складає.
So today, it's 50-50. But previously it was just a state-owned sector, and considering very rapid development of the private sector, especially when it comes to unmanned aerial systems, we are able to develop the production, and together with the Minister of Digitalization or Digital Affairs, we create our common foundations and we opened up this area for companies manufacturing drones. We simplified procedures, we allowed them to operate and to purchase components. We arrange additional funding to purchase spare parts, and the third year of this approach enables us to have a very stable situation regarding the manufacturing of drones. Just as Jacek has mentioned, the relocation of production, it's a fairly new topic when it comes to unmanned systems. It was necessary to transfer production to several different locations, especially after the full-scale aggression and later on, during the full-scale war, when the first discussion started regarding the peace process, we discovered that not only energy facilities were the targets, but also industrial facilities. Only today, 19 missiles were launched. A day before yesterday, 250 attacks. So it started with 50 drones, then 100, and now 250. Russians would like to increase this number to 1,000 drones per day, according to the information that we have. So we can imagine the potential that is needed to counteract such strikes. So it's a major challenge also regarding manufacturing. It's very important to have very flexible production base that can adjust to rapidly changing conditions. We need to have flexible procedures. We need to distinguish between surveillance and strike drones. We need to distinguish between drones. They are fitted with different modules. We've been also examining and analyzing Polish effort, which helped us to organize our systems, to develop strike systems and counteracting systems, and this enabled us to adapt to the ever-changing situation.
And of course, there's the human factor. Technology is just one thing, but the people are the most important. Today, we have come to you with an extensive delegation. Among us, there are the director in one of the biggest enterprises connected with the production of drones, the production of chemistry. We also have a representative of the rocket industry and the industry of dealing with the production of defense systems. So we hope for fruitful meetings with you here. Let me now also send greetings to Ms. Kaczka, whom I know very well. At the beginning of April in Lviv, the Polish-Ukrainian meeting was held for defense industries. Ubaprom was represented, and Ukraine defense industry was represented. That's the state-owned complex. Also, representatives of Polish and Ukrainian private companies came. There is a certain disparity. In Ukraine, this private part in the defensive sector is growing. In Poland, the state-owned assets are dominating. We had a nice meeting held behind closed doors. Fortunately, not all of us will be participating. Only the people invited by the Polish side and the Ukrainian side will participate. We will continue our dialogue on the cooperation between the two countries. Maybe we will also discuss the relocation of safe production to certain parts of Poland. Relocation is one of the words that is associated in our minds with the Ukrainian economy in wartime. It pertains generally to entrepreneurs in Ukraine who, from eastern part of the country, moved to the west of the country with their businesses. Sergiusz Holak is with us. He has not been carrying out such an operation because he is from the western part of Ukraine, but he used to help in such processes. Let me talk about relocation in the context of what I have prepared. The Ukrainian economy received or sustained a shock. Now it is going through a stress. We've been in it for 3+ years. During the meeting we had at the beginning of the war, there were strategic challenges. But markets have changed. Supply chains for various raw materials have changed too. For example, as it comes to fluids, Ukraine used never to buy fuels from the EU, apart from some special fuels. Ukraine had always imported oil from Russia and oil products from Belarus. And there was a moment that it all changed. I remember the queues at gas stations, and I remember the problems that entrepreneurs faced because they needed to deliver raw materials, they needed to deliver the finished products to their consumers. As it comes to electricity, things change too. We buy electricity mostly from the EU, and these have been strategic changes. Other markets have changed as well. For example, the salt market. Ukraine used to be a huge manufacturer of salt. We partly imported it from Belarus, and now Artyomovsk is under occupation. We are not importing it, and a new way of delivering salt from Poland has been introduced, also from the Czech Republic, from Turkey, across the Black Sea. The trade balance has changed as well. Ukraine is a huge importer of various products from the European Union. Our group is part of the agricultural and industrial sector. We are producing critical products for Ukrainian provinces and for the country itself. We ensure the security of foodstuffs, delivery to the consumers. We have come across a lot of changes. For example, how is it possible to deliver production to a place like Kharkiv during the half encircling, when the roads were blocked, trucks could not move, nobody could visit Kharkiv? Kharkiv is a city of 1.4 million people. Another question was how to deliver products to Chernigov, a city of 300,000 people, which was almost totally encircled, and with just one bridge towards Kiev that was bombarded and destroyed. That challenge stood before both the national government of Ukraine and also companies, people, and local governments of Ukrainian cities. What to do to make sure that people are not hungry in Kherson, where there was an actual occupation. Rosgvardia came in to reign, but there were other people there, and we had to supply them with food. We had to ensure that they had food products. to use. So these were huge changes. Supply chains for raw materials were destroyed as well. For instance, our group produces chicken meat. Some of our raw products are feeds. Feed appears to be an easy thing to produce, but we use around 86 to 90 components for the feed, and we import them from Egypt, China, Turkey, the EU, India, and other countries. And when the Black Sea was blocked, we could not receive a container. What do you do if you can't get your container, but you do need the raw material? Here we were helped by Polish manufacturers, German manufacturers, but I have to tell you that there was planned economy back then, and we could not obtain the planned ingredients at that time. There were challenges in respect of production organization. When you are a manufacturer, you have to organize your production process. You need electricity, you need fuels, you need workers, and you need people in your factories working in various areas. But when there are alarms continuously, when people are afraid to go to work, when the entrepreneur is not ready, to offer a raid shelter or bomb shelter, that was difficult to organize work. People left their work posts and disappeared. They went to the EU. And at that time, we needed workers. We needed to work and rain. There were problems with delivering products to various places, and that meant that supermarkets could not work. Payments could not be made to employees. Minute by minute, everybody had to make decisions to solve such situations. Relocations. People traveled to the west of Ukraine, but a lot of people went to Poland and to other EU member states. We too receive entrepreneurs and families. I remember families from Mariupol or Kherson, Melitopol, and other places that are now under Russian occupation. Mostly it was the government and the local government that took care of these people. They built special buildings and apartments to accommodate those people. What we needed the most was various types of support, including financial support for these people. We had challenges in the agricultural sector as it comes to deliveries. In Ukraine, a huge portion of our income comes from agricultural production. We produce grains, we export grains. We can say that banking systems survived. If you have the possibility of making sales, then the country does receive currency, like the dollar. And then the banking system can continue. If that is missing, then the whole problem starts. We worked on this problem too. A lot of entrepreneurs worked on this problem, and we received support from Romania, from Poland. A lot of help came through the Baltic Sea. We had some problems with that because the port infrastructure for the exportation of grains in Poland was not ready to assume as much as we needed. But they did function somehow. Poland and Ukraine. Well, people from Poland and Ukraine have similar character traits. We are quite entrepreneurial. We both build, work ad hoc. We make ad hoc decisions. A decision might not seem logical, but we make it work. We have a lot of examples where our entrepreneurs built great terminals, great transshipment elevators. They extended European narrow gauge rails. They adapted them to the broad gauge rails. The whole required infrastructure was taken care of in order to produce, export, and secure the needs of the agricultural sector, both in terms of imports and exports, and also securing the logistics. I can see Valery here. He built a great terminal in Jagodzino on Kordon, and he invested huge money, 11 million euros, and those facilities are really great. You invested that money during the war. He built it quickly and in high quality. So, we need to carry out certain interviews. We as a country always think about military security, but there are also other types of securities, other types of parameters that we need to think about. We need to analyze what is happening in Ukraine, and there's a lot of work to do before us, a lot of algorithms to develop that will tell us what to do, what happens in case of military invasion or in case of natural disasters. We have to have procedures for all of those scenarios. In Ukraine, practically, we can say that we were drawing up such procedures in our lab. What you are saying is very interesting. However, the time is passing and we need to share the time with our other guests. Thank you, Sergei. I think we can say that you are the father of our association in Łódź, the representative office between Poland and Ukraine as part of our Poland-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce. It was established in the wartime based on solid business and personal bases. Thank you, Sergiusz, for what you did. Indeed. Jakub Karnowski is another person who is here with us, who has a long personal, deep, long-term experiences with Ukrainian economy. You remember he was part of the supervisory board of Zaleznica, Ukrainian Post, and now he's a member of the Polish-Ukrainian Credo Bank, which is actually a Ukrainian bank. Jakub Karnowski had the opportunity of working in Ukraine before the wartime and during the wartime. Talking about wartime, I don't refer to the Polish wartime period or martial law that we had. No, what I mean is before the full-scale Russian invasion and during it. If you were to compare the Ukrainian economy, the mechanisms, the way it functioned, the drives, before and after the Russian aggression, what has changed in the way you operate? What has changed about the business culture and the atmosphere? Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, for giving me the floor here in Świnoujście once again. I have to tell you that the Chamber of Commerce is doing a great job. From the point of view of the relationships, serving our customers, this means a lot indeed. In fact, I have been working in Ukraine since 2018. I worked there before the pandemic, then during the COVID crisis. I was at the terminals that were discussed a minute ago at the beginning of the war. That was in 2022. Here I'm talking, of course, about the transshipment terminals at the Polish-Ukrainian border crossings. And since August last year, I've been working for PKO Bank Polski in Ukraine. What has changed after February 2022? Well, this question is a fundamental one because, practically speaking, everything has changed. We remember that, especially in the first weeks and months of the war, population migrations caused by the people were happening. There was also a misunderstanding in the technical part of this term. There is war. What does it mean that Russia attacked Ukraine? That is why people were leaving. That is why in the first days of the war, Kiev was empty. And now it is not empty, although the threat is not lesser, especially over the last 3 days. It is not any lesser than it was in April 2022. When looking at Ukrainian economy, some of its area is being occupied by Russia. It was even occupied earlier, after 2014, but the front line is changing. Now it is changing less, to a lesser degree, but it is still changing differently in various places. The structure of the economy has changed as well. Some of the enterprises located within areas attacked by Russia simply stopped existing. This mainly pertained to the heavy metal industries, like metalworks, which were mostly located in the eastern part of Ukraine. The significance of other sectors has risen. For example, we've been talking about the logistics sector, that the flows, product flows, have changed. They, for a time, went through Poland. Then, after politically motivated closure of the borders, they went through other countries like Romania. Then there was blockade of the Black Sea, which had an impact as well. So logistics have been changing for product flows. As it comes to trade, Mr. Paweł Kowal spoke of it, so I won't repeat myself. But the products are flowing in both ways, and they are flowing along those channels that have been earmarked due to the war happening now. The reorientation of exports has happened, so now there's more focus on the West European market. You've spoken about fuels and the direction from which fuel used to come to the EU previously, but this has changed. We have been buying fuels from Orlen, Lithuanian Orlen, and other European sources. The role of small and medium-sized enterprises in Ukraine has changed too, because some of them ceased to exist. But also this negative significance of, or meaning of, oligarchization has changed as well. Rightly, Ukraine has been blamed that that the Ukrainian pre-war economy was oligarchized, largely. This has changed because, for example, some enterprises belonging to the oligarchs are now in the occupied areas and they have ceased to exist. Alpha Bank, Bank, they had Russian roots. Alpha Bank does not belong anymore to Russian oligarchs, which is totally understandable and natural in this situation. The economy has been militarized. We've been talking about drones, millions of drones, and we've been talking about the fact that naturally Ukraine in 2021 had a GDP that included 2.1% of funds for armament. Now it is 26% of the GDP that is used for military purposes. This shows the scale of what has happened. The wartime effort, which is part of that, the wartime effort is receiving daily $140 million out of that 26% of GDP. This shows the scale. However, some of these applications, now and after the war, will be of double application. I need to correct myself. Some of that production will be of double use in the future. So drones, some of the materials or measures used for military purposes will be surely used for civilian purposes in the future. IT. I work for a bank that is part of the PKO BP group. We are exposed to threats that are really real. We have the experience that makes us better prepared to the threats that the whole EU should be prepared for, because Russians are world champions at it. They are a threat to various systems. As you see, as you know, everything that we have is now part of the network or part of the cloud systems. The production moved from the eastern part of the country to the western part of the country. That's obvious. Credo Bank is a bank that is important for the system. It is biased slightly towards the west because we have a branch office in Lviv. We have a lot of branch offices in the western part of the country, but we are also biased towards small and medium-sized companies whom we offer loans based on guarantees given by international financial institutions such as IBO, DFC, which is the American government, or the Polish BGK. That is worth mentioning, and that is becoming also a very important player in this area as well. So these changes have been happening, and I believe that I have enumerated the most important ones in this respect. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after this panel, you will be handed out a report on the effects of the full-scale war, about the solidarity of Polish entrepreneurs towards Ukraine. There's a huge chapter in which the activity of Credo Bank is described during the wartime. Its banking activity, its pro-social activity is described, its adaptation to the change. To me, an emotional moment came when Ukraine returned to Kherson and Credo Bank immediately reanimated its own branch office there. Generators had to be developed and provided there. Satellite connection measures had to be implemented. This shows that a responsible staying there can be an investment into Ukraine. That is an ultra-important thread relating to the strategic and systemic changes that we have been facing. Tuesday last week, I went to a monthly meeting at National Bank of Ukraine with commercial banks, and our extraordinary guest was a minister for the veteran affairs of Ukraine. We talked to her about how banks could support the veterans. In Ukraine, after the war, there will be around 1 million veterans, meaning people who have had experience on the front line. They are experienced physically and mentally also, unfortunately, by this tragic experience. And assuming that the war ends soon, and that would be a very optimistic assumption, we would have about 1 million veterans out of 30 million citizens. These veterans need to be adapted to the market, a market where there is a shortage of hands for labor. Even before war, the labor market was in a disaster. Now, the Ukrainian demographics was in a disaster. Now, the demographics outlooks for the purposes of the labor market are poor too during the war. The market will have to be adapted. They will have to be adapted to the market. There will be certain political expectations related to how to treat veterans who used to fight for the freedom of the country. We are preparing for that. I want to tell you that Paweł Wojtunik is here with me. He is a member of the management board of Credo Bank. Let's give him a round of applause. Paweł always remember about him and value him. I don't need to introduce him to you, but I can tell you that he used to be the boss of the Polish FBI, or Polish equivalent of FBI. He spent some time, or years, in Moldavia, where he fought corruption in the name of the EU Commission. He has all the experience that Ukraine will need. But I'm naming him here because he is now already broadly involved in recovering Ukraine. I've been talking about this since the beginning of the war, that we have been supporting the economy since day one, but we are also supporting veterans. We have a foundation in Ukraine that is actively involved in supporting veterans by funding prosthetics for those of them who lost their limbs during the war. And we have been supporting various uniformed services in Lviv region in various ways. For example, the police. So this is already happening, and each of the institutions that is functioning there is certainly receiving help from us. We have a big role to play now, but after the war we will have even more.
When I think about Turkey, two associations came up. The first one, Arvaktar, and the second, obvious, is Burak Palivan, the president of the International Association of Turkish Business in Ukraine, who is for the fifth time attending the Baltic Business Forum, or perhaps it is the sixth BBF for him. You are a special phenomenon coming from Qatar to Świnoujście, and for Ukrainians, the presence of Ukrainian and Turkish companies in Ukraine. During the full-scale war, construction and investment projects of $4 billion, 1 billion Turkish investment in Ukraine. How comes the Turkish business is so courageous in Ukraine?
Yes, sixth time in Świnoujście, and still I cannot speak Polish, sorry. So I will keep in English. It is a true honor and privilege for me to be again at Baltic Business Forum with you. I truly feel at home in Świnoujście. And dziękuję, Darush, for having me today. Of course, the Russian war in Ukraine has caused significant damage to Ukrainian economy and Ukrainian infrastructure, including energy infrastructure, which has been partially or fully damaged, at least 50%. And Ukrainian economy is now almost 25% smaller than when you compare before the war level. And the foreign trade volume of Ukraine has contracted almost 1/3. Although there are such statistics, thanks to resilience of the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian companies, and thanks to external support, Ukraine has managed the economy and kept the macroeconomic statistics in good level. Inflation and currency rate and interest rates of central bank policy rates are under the control. So it looks like a proper position to invest in the country when you look just macroeconomic level. But of course, it is not sufficient. So we should have some stimulus related to invest in Ukraine economy. Ukraine economy now, and Ukraine has been receiving every year around $100 billion military, financial, and technical support. So that level of support, it should have been even bigger, is not sustainable in the future. So we cannot trust always the level of that support. So what is important now is Ukraine economy is needed more than ever, more investments, keep the employment, and keep the economy at least such a level even grow the economy and make the economy more self-sufficient. In that regard, I think Turkish businesses have played an important role as an example that businesses, especially foreign businesses, can continue to do business and invest in Ukraine. 20% of 1,109 newly opened foreign-owned companies in Ukraine established in 2024 were funded by Turks. Turkish companies have invested during the war around 500 million US dollars, and the cumulative Turkish investment has reached around 5 billion US dollar. Turkey has become the largest foreign investor during the war, and especially in infrastructure, in energy, and in machinery, we have seen new investments in the country. Today, 8% of Ukraine renewable energy installed capacity are by Turkish power plants. There is ongoing another 500 megawatts solar wind investments, and when this investment will be finished, at least 10% of Ukraine renewable energy generation capacity will be supplied, provided by Turkish companies. As you know now, the energy security is one of the most important issues in Ukraine. When look at the construction sectors, Turkish construction companies, since the independence of Ukraine over the recent 35 years, have been realized around $10.4 billion construction projects, infrastructure and superstructure, including the largest airport of Ukraine, the opening gate of the country, Kiev Borispol International Airport, one of the most modern stadiums of Europe, 5-star hotels, thousands of kilometers roads and highways, transportation bridges, railways, power stations, shopping malls, office centers, hundreds of thousands square meters residential areas and industrial facilities. And during the war, another $1.2 billion project have been realized by Turkish companies. Now, almost all foreign-owned or foreign-partnered, foreign construction companies in Ukraine are Turkish ones. So our dedication to Ukraine didn't hasn't been interrupted during the war, and it continues. So I think we need more stimulus regarding to making the Ukrainian economy sufficient, self-sufficient. Regarding that issue, it is very important that reconstruction activities should be realized during the war. Like every war, that war will finish sooner or later. It's a fact. We don't know how and when the war will finish, because the reconstruction's formats and size will depend how the war and when the war will finish. But at the end, we know the war will finish. But we should not wait till the war finish. Life is continuing now. As I said, that we should support Ukrainian economy now. We should not wait till the end of the war. And considering that fact, the reconstruction activities should be started in relatively safe areas and in priority sectors for Ukraine. And it can make, first, give a stimulus to the Ukrainian economy. Second, it will increase the morale of people and businesses in the country. And third, Ukrainian reconstruction will be one of the largest reconstruction activities in the history of the humankind. And it will reach at least, it will be needed at least $524 billion, according to the Ukrainian government and World Bank's latest estimate. So to realize when it will become in full force, now we should understand the pilot projects. How can we deliver the right, proper reconstruction activities in the country? Secondly, it is very important to multilateral cooperation inside of Ukraine. So today we are together, Ukrainian and Polish business people, government officials. Maybe I am the only Turkish guy, but we have periodically has chance to meet with my dear friends, President Piota and Dariusz, and the team of Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. So we try always, since 2016, to make trilateral cooperation just before, even before the war in the country. But it's not limited with Polish, Turkish, and Ukrainian cooperation in the country. Japanese, Polish, Turkish, Ukrainian, Korean, Turkish, Swedish, Ukrainian, Turkish, Swedish, Polish, Ukrainian. We should create such formats. And considering that approach, we organized over the recent years Turkish, Japanese, Ukrainian Business Forum in 2023 in Turkey, in Istanbul, and 2 months ago in Ukraine with the largest Japanese business delegation. Last year we organized Turkish, Finnish, Ukrainian Business Forum in Istanbul. In Stockholm, at the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, by request of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, we organized Turkish, Swedish, and Ukrainian Construction Forum. And that kind of activities will continue because there are a lot of different business communities. Some businesses or some countries' businesses have easy to access to finance. Some have better technology. Some have power in the field, so machineries, employees in the field. So we should bring together and make the synergy for reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine. And to make Ukraine economy as much as possible self-sufficient and to support Ukraine economy as much as possible with investment, with trade and with reconstruction activities. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Dziękujemy. Nagrodźmy Buraka oklasami.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Burak. We're in the process of negotiating a surprise for you, and perhaps in a couple of months we will organize an investment forum in Warsaw involving Poland, Ukraine and Turkey, focusing on attracting our businesses to Ukraine so we can do more together. You listened carefully to Burak. And this is the best proof why you should be active in Ukraine. Of course, at the end of the day, you go to the bank, and together with us, we have Mateusz Walewski from the BGK Bank, the chief economist of the bank, responsible for the Department of Research and Analysis. Mateusz, we've been cooperating for a number of years discussing Ukrainian economy. What are the prospects for Ukraine? They are courageous, they are hardworking, innovative, and the economy is resilient. How this can be translated into banking instruments? First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this forum. I'd like to thank those who are with us for such a long time. I hope you will stay with us until the end of the panel, and I hope not to bore you with my information and my message. I thought for a long time about what I should say. I started like Bilbo Baggins, but my apologies for that. But of course, we're talking about business, and very often while discussing business, we talk about bankability, things that can be easily solved in business terms. And we keep discussing about prospects for investment in Ukraine now and much more after the war. So definitely it's transport infrastructure, logistics, energy, building modern industrial base and industries where Ukraine is much ahead of Europe already. IT, for instance, drones. Much rarely we discuss challenges that Ukraine will face, and it will be more difficult for companies to profit from, and Ukraine will feel the consequences, social consequences of the war. This is something we tend to discuss rather rarely, and this is the obligation for us in Europe. So while thinking about Ukraine, while thinking about EU integration of Ukraine, we should remember about it. The same applies to the discussion on financial parameters of the integration. We've been discussing investment, business investment in particular, and this will bring returns sooner or later in a number of industries. If we examine the history of post-war countries, the longest-term consequence of the war was the maintenance of veterans and their families. I don't remember when, but it was years after the war. I was in Croatia. 30% of the budget of the country was designated to various payments for veterans. Regardless how the war ends, whether it's going to be more like Korean, Israeli, or third way solution for Ukraine, Ukraine will have to support a very large army in Europe, because Russia will be there with its aggressive attitude. So as regards the recovery of industrial base in Ukraine, both foreign investors and the EU will designate funding willingly because they will expect returns in one way or another. As regards the support for Ukraine to support their army, we can count on understanding, but it will decline very fast following the end of the war. And it will be more and more difficult for Ukraine to attract external support for their army. And this will consume a large part of Ukrainian budget. Hopefully this will not materialize, but there is much probability. And I am convinced that 2 years after the war, the funding to maintain 1 million veterans, to support 1 million veterans in a 30 million country, and this will utilize a large part of the budget. And I can imagine IMF and American economists saying that you need to limit this type of spending. This is a typical approach of economists. And my apologies for that, but it is going to be very unjust for Ukraine. And it will have very negative long-term effects. The sense of gratitude and material compensation needed by veterans is a precondition of a large army shortly after the war and social cohesion in the country. And we are all familiar with social problems, social issues, and their impacts. The political choices of societies are grounded in the lack of social cohesion, or perceived lack of cohesion. Definitely, we rarely speak about it in business. Economists try to neglect this issue as well. They try to neglect that social issues are an important part of the economy. So I'm strangely biased because half of my economic life I've been dealing with social exclusion, poverty, labor market. So for me, it's an important part of the economics. And this is something we need to speak about. We need to remind people about. We are going to discuss Ukraine's accession to the EU, and I hope it is going to be an important topic during the accession negotiations. The lack of social cohesion in Ukraine in 10 to 15 years after the war will also be a problem of Europe, and it's worth discussing and preparing negotiators and societies to this fact, that this theoretically non-profitable investment will be needed to maintain security and stability in the region. Thank you. I'd like to conclude this issue. I'm very glad that you raised the issue of social cohesion, which is very important for the security of the country. But I heard that the project needs to be bankable. So from the point of view of the BGK Bank, is investment in the Ukrainian economy bankable? Is the Ukraine project bankable? It's a very difficult project. I'm not a specialist on financial instrument. I'm an analyst, economist. We have specialists on financial instruments. Agnieszka, Karol. Agnieszka and Karol are with us. They are going to participate in discussion panels tomorrow, and they will hopefully tell you about bankable and non-bankable projects. I know only a little about it. I'm only an analyst. Since banks purchase Ukrainian government bonds, it means Ukraine is bankable. So it's not a question of individual projects, but whether banks are willing to buy bonds of the country. As long as other banks, other countries buy such bonds, then a country is bankable. So let's thank our panelists. I'd like to thank Minister Kaczka, who has other duties to attend. He's been fighting for the access of Ukrainian goods to European markets. Ukraine is a bold country, well-organized country, despite difficult conditions, but a country which is very grateful. And Minister Dmytro Hryszczak has a surprise for you.
Мінсоцпрома від керівництва ми вам вручаємо лист подяки. Бажаємо міцного здоров'я.
Jacek, we'd like to thank you very much for your dedication and involvement over these years supporting our cooperation. Indeed, we have a very good meeting in Lviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have Jacek will have an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to convey this message to our friends from Ukraine. Latest news, very important for our Ukrainian friends. A breakthrough piece of news by the Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany. There are no limitations regarding the range of weaponry delivered to Ukraine by Brits, the French, and us. And there is no limitation from the United States. So Ukraine can attack military facilities in Russia. That was said by the Chancellor of Germany.
Energy transition efforts and the rise of the low-carbon technologies are driving our shift in the focus towards in Baltic Sea. The cooperation is also crucial for the security of the region and affordable prices for energy consumers. At Orlen, we strongly recognize that partnership and collaboration are critical to the development of the projects and therefore to the success of the region energy transition.
Plany biznesowe powstają z marzeń. Dlatego nie ma dwóch takich samych firm. Jedni chcą działać na całym świecie. Innym cały świat mieści się w dłoni. Sukces biznesu to nie tylko jego wielkość, ale też szczęście, jakie przynosi ludziom. PKO Bank Polski.
Energy transition efforts and the rise of the low-carbon technologies are driving our shift in the focus towards in Baltic Sea. The cooperation is also crucial for the security of the region and affordable prices for energy consumers. At Orlen, we strongly recognize that partnership and collaboration are critical to the development of the projects and therefore to the success of the region energy transition.
Plany biznesowe powstają z marzeń. Dlatego nie ma dwóch takich samych firm. Jedni chcą działać na całym świecie. Innym cały świat mieści się w dłoni. Sukces biznesu to nie tylko jego wielkość, ale też szczęście, jakie przynosi ludziom. PKO Bank Polski.
Chairman of our Committee on Energy. In our chamber we have industry committees and there's an energy committee. He has been promoted. He became the regional director for the Polish Institution for Investment and Trade in West Pomerania, so he had to pass the floor to somebody else. He had to pass the baton to somebody else. Do you think we can begin? Can you see the panelists? Because that is important that the panelists should be here. I cannot see them, but I can hear that the ring has been ringing. Maybe let's call them by their names. Łukasz, why don't you read the names?
Masz panelistów?
Nie, panelistów nie mam, zaraz.
Let me invite the panelists to join me here, maybe. Well, we are not there yet at calling them randomly to come here. Okay, it looks like we have them all with us. So, let's start the streaming. Should somebody tell me? 3, 2, 1. Oh, 1, 2, 3, maybe. I'd like to welcome everybody from the sunny and warm Świnoujście. We're not on the beach, but we are in a comfortable hotel room. We're going to talk about a very important topic, which is energy linking Poland and Ukraine. With me today are the distinguished guests whom I'm going to name after the updated list that I received by email recently. This is what dynamic conferences are about, and this is a good example that this conference is going live. It's not pre-recorded, it's not AI. Świnoujście is a place where discussions are held on the economic cooperation between Poland and Ukraine, and it has been so for 17 years. Now we are running the 17th edition of this conference. Many interesting people representing various institutions and companies and entities come here. I have had the honor of running energy panels for 3 years now. Due to the fact that I've been offered to work for our government through the Polish Agency for Investment and Trade, I gave up my work in the Energy Committee of the Chamber, which was established in Gryfice around 3 years ago, which was announced by Jacek Piechota, who came to a small conference on the energy recovery of Ukraine, to which 80 people came. The topic is quite controversial because whatever is connected to the security of the critical infrastructure and currency and the energy is important. We will be linking with our speaker, with our interlocutor from Ukraine. Do you know whether we have established a connection already? Let me just take a look into the email containing the updated list of present parties. With us are Olga Ponomarczuk, the Director for the Department of International Cooperation of the Energy Ministry. Hello from Poland, Świnoujście. In our focus is cooperation between Poland and Ukraine. We are glad that you found time for us in your busy agenda. The organizers would like to ask you to take the floor, and after you have spoken, we will start our discussion. Sadly, you cannot be here with us, but we are thankful anyway for your participation with us online.
Partners, I hope that you hear me well. I'm grateful for this. I'm grateful for this invitation and for this opportunity to speak here today in this event. My name is Olga Ponomarczuk, and I'm head of International Affairs Department at the Ukrainian Ministry of Energy. I will try to be as much brief and efficient as I can and just highlight key points. This past weekend, Russia launched another wave of missile strikes on Ukraine, and these attacks caused civilian deaths and destroyed homes, a continuation of Russia's brutal tactics against civilians and energy infrastructure.
Może pani cały czas mówić, bo jest tłumaczenie symultaniczne.
You can keep talking without breaks.
But I will try to speak quicker. Despite 3 years of war, Ukraine's energy system still remains strong, and we made it through the winter without major blackouts and are now preparing for the next season. Poland plays a key role in helping Ukraine's energy sector. Polish companies provide technology to modernize old power plants using biofuels instead of coal, and this supports Ukraine's energy needs and climate goals. As for now, Ukraine needs more flexible and local power sources. Polish solutions help install small generating capacities in cities and factories, especially in areas near the front lines. We also support the EU's plan to stop buying Russian oil, gas, and nuclear fuel. New contracts should end by 2025 and all existing ones by 2027. This is vital for Europe's energy independence, both and also for Ukraine. We have got shared vision with Poland because Ukraine and Poland both want a safe, clean, and Russia-free energy future. And we are currently working together to build an integrated EU energy market. Also, we propose Ukraine's gas storage for Europe. Ukraine has one of the largest gas storage capacities in Europe, up to 15 billion cubic meters. EU companies can use it tax-free under the customs warehouse regime, and it's a smart way to build gas reserves and improve EU energy security. Talking about assistance of the whole European Union, I also want to highlight the efficiency of Energy Support Fund. It was created in 2025, and this Energy Support Fund helps quickly repair energy infrastructure. As for now, it has over 1 billion in contributions and including more than 3 million from Poland. We are confident that we can make efforts to recover our country together because Ukraine still has strong industry and engineers, and working with Polish companies will help rebuild factories, create jobs, and restart local economies. As for now, we know that grants and equipment donation work best for now because we are still in war. But in the future, Ukraine is ready to attract private investments through new public-private partnership. And in our long and difficult way to our energy independence, we are deeply grateful to Poland for your equipment, for your experts, for aid to civilians, and your help for injured defenders. We are confident that your support strengthens Ukraine and brings us closest to victory. Thank you. It's all from me. I'm sorry for maybe my bad speech in the beginning because of translation. But I hope that I was able to present our main strategic goals and our hope for strengthening and deepening cooperation with Poland and Polish business.
Dziękujemy. Będziemy się odnosić do rzeczy, które Pani powiedziała.
Thank you. We will be making references to what you have said. I think that next year we will meet with you in person and we will be talking about further stages of cooperation during peacetime already. Thank you for the time you devoted to us. Thank you for talking to us, and you are invited to come to us in Poland. Now, let me present the panelists. Ireneusz Bil, the CEO of Energy Gate Europe Ltd. Paweł Stańczak, the head of the representative office of LSC Gas TSO of Ukraine. What is the whole name? Simply, we are an operator of gas transmission in Ukraine. This operator has a representation office in the EU, and that's where I work. Marcin Białek, the CEO of Biogas System SA, and Paweł Kaszubski, the director of the Development and Innovation Department of PGE SA. The list of our panelists has been a dynamic one because a lot of persons were interested in taking part in the panel, and also there have been some problems with reaching our venue. On the one hand, we talk about energy. On the other hand, there's a discussion pending on energy transition. But what about Ukrainian experiences in biogas consumption? Are we to be partners to them, or are they to be partners for us? As it comes to energy transformation, we as Biogas System have already been talking to Ukrainian companies that are interested in technology. So we need to take into account that the war has actually changed a lot. Now Ukraine is an importer of electricity. So biogas, looking at distributed energy, that's a perfect solution here. With regard to practical cooperation, are relations possible between Poland and Ukraine in respect of creating joint projects? For sure. Such cooperation is even sought for. I believe that companies from Poland and Ukraine are interested in this cooperation. We, as a company, have also signed a contract on supplying gas turbines, co-generators. As an industry group, we also had conversations about cooling systems for combined power and heat plants in Ukraine. So this cooperation is possible. However, there are certain practical barriers, because if you look at the ProZorro tender system, and if there's a tender, a multi-sectoral tender, and the period for a quotation is 3 to 4 days, that's impossible to do. Sometimes where there are quotations from the European market, the validity period of these offers or quotations for the delivery of equipment is like 14 days, and these are products, are off-shelf products. Sometimes we are asked that the products are required right now, so cooperation is possible, but we need to talk about these barriers so that companies from Poland or other EU member states can go through these tender procedures more easily. In February this year, in a meeting in Ukrainian embassy, it was said that these changes that you were referring to will be changing. It's May now, but hopefully already in June we will feel that these changes have started to happen. Now, my question goes to every panelist. What are the key priorities for Poland and EU in building long-term energy partnership with Ukraine, apart from the ongoing support, the support that is required on a daily basis? That's an obvious thing, but what can we plan for a perspective of 5 years? Let me start with the gentleman at the end of the table. This end of the table, right? Yes. Security in Europe, but also in Ukraine, from the energy perspective, means, first of all, diversification of supply directions. In the terms of gas, that is significant, but it is also significant in terms of electricity. Then, diversification of the sources, so that there is not just one supplier, despite of various directions from which the material comes in. From this point of view, this joint addressing of the EU will have a huge significance. Could you please put up the slide that I prepared? I did not know what the questions would be, but my slide might correspond to what I'm supposed to say here. This map accounts for gas connections with the EU. Gas connections are what I deal with. And it shows that Ukraine has a lot of storages. That's what the director from the Energy Ministry has said just a while ago. This large amount of storages can work as a safety valve for the EU. The EU could gather some gas in those storages. They are huge compared to what we have in Poland. And if the prices were to soar unexpectedly, we could use them for hedging purposes. When banks, for example, release their dollar or euro reserves, we could use these storages to release surplus gas. So a good connection system and access to such storages could be of use for the EU. Also, I think that both Poland and Ukraine are thinking of using diversified, small, dispersed sources of gas or electricity. Material that can be turned into biogas is characterized by a fragmented system of storage. It would be hard to hit a large number of small facilities. Talking about wind turbines, they don't produce electricity when they are not needed. The same is true for solar power plants. When there's too much energy, they could start producing hydrogen that can be stored somewhere. To begin with, it could be a pipe that could be used as a storage of hydrogen, and then access to such energy stored in this pipe could be used as a backup when there's no wind, for example, or there's no sun, and there is a need for electricity. I think that supporting and going in the direction of low emission power favors independence, and it helps us to focus on what we have available locally. So we should integrate with each other, not only legislation-wise, but also infrastructure-wise. Now, when making hydrogen from wind power, an optimist could say that we are storing energy, a pessimist could say that we are losing energy by that. Marcin. The question of PV farms or wind farms in this process does this play an important role in the process that we are discussing? Well, there's a good cooperation between hybrid systems that are used in Europe. We have a farm, we have PV, we have biogas. You know that biogas can work 24 hours, 7 days a week, but looking at it from the perspective of the value, then 1 megawatt of biogas would give 7 megawatts of energy produced by PV. So, looking at this in terms of dispersed power, biogas is an underrated source of energy. With regards to Ukraine has overtaken Poland as it comes to the first biomethane production facility that that is connected to the grid. They were able to do this in 2023, despite of the war. Yes, projects is one thing, but legislative, regulative, and social processes are important here as well, because the society is often against biomethane plants. Now, Ireneusz Bil, where are we as it comes to this kind of cooperation? I think we are at a very important moment, one that is irreversible, so to say, because Ukraine, much earlier than Poland or other EU member states, stopped importing Russian energy media. That happened in 2018. Poland did too, but not out of its own initiative. It only happened in 2022 because Gazprom shut off the valve. Other EU member states are importing, first of all, LNG, like Spain and France, from Russia. But now, Empower EU, until 2030, the EU is supposed to diversify itself completely and stop importing energy media from Russia at all. As it comes to the supply side of energy security, it is the traditional but very important side of energy security, which has changed a lot since 1960s, 1970s. That was when we started talking about energy security. It was the International Energy Agency that introduced the obligation to store 90 days worth of oil. Then the EU introduced similar obligations for stores to hold 90-day worth of oil for consumption. And now during the energy crisis, they learned that also the demand side of energy security is required, or is important, meaning one that is related to reduction of consumption. Supply security is the English name for it. Today we are rather talking about multifaceted security, or sustainable energy security, because we also take into account grid security and prevention of sabotage and prevention of digital sabotage. That's the new dimension of security. Also, the emergence of renewable energy sources led to the creation of a new dimension, because it showed that we are able to generate large resources of energy of our own without gas, oil, or coal. According to the forecast of International Energy Agency, the electricity consumption in Europe will grow by 95%, globally by 100%. This will happen in transportation, this will happen in heating production, in industry, and this will also impact largely the energy mix that we have mentioned today. Looking at this from the holistic point of view, we can see that Ukraine is becoming part of this market. The example of underground storages or the building of the infrastructure, to which Poland is also contributing hugely. It's not just pipelines, but Polish power grids build 400 kV lines to transport electricity to Ukraine. This shows that Ukraine is already heading in the European direction. This won't be cheap energy media from Russia. This will have to be replaced by media based on nuclear energy and RESs. So we are all on the same side. The job for us and Ukraine is that this convergence in respect of acquis communautaire implementation is as fast as possible. Okay, of course, Ukraine is doing very well and it's going in the right direction. Now, last year we talked about whether Ukraine was ready for winter. It turned out it was. We helped them too, I hope, with investments. But dispersed energy is also related to security. PV farms are not the right target to be attacked, because the cost of an attack is much larger than the benefits.
So on the part of the Polish grid, a lot has been going on, but I'd like to emphasize good cooperation between the Ukrainian and Polish TSOs when it comes to gas. A lot has been done in Poland. It was natural to transfer gas from Ukraine to Poland, as it was historically driven, but reversing this stream, the flow, involves much effort by gas system in Poland. And the European operator is very grateful for what has been done. And to you, Director. Innovation is the response to actual needs, and I understand your department is notified by various issues. So from the point of view of the Department of Innovation, what is your take on the cooperation with PGE? Because you're slightly in a different situation than other companies, because you implement this mission of the state. Well, not only from the point of view of innovation, but let me put it in a different way. You ask about cooperation in terms of development, innovation, and projects. There is no cooperation at the moment. We cannot have such strategic level cooperation because of the current situation. Indeed, PGE is perceived as a very traditional, conservative company, but today we think about a different scale and function of the energy sector. So we've already discussed priorities. We are familiar with those priorities, and we should put security of supplies first, then flexibility and renewables. So the challenges that we have in the Polish grid, we should make it happen. And these priorities will converge with those of Ukraine. The integration of markets is the fact, and we can only move on. We will not make a step backward. Just as you've said, we keep receiving questions, challenges, and we would like to promote efficient, flexible development of the energy sector. We started investing in storages. However, we don't have large-scale energy storage. We've just signed an agreement to develop a large energy storage in Żarnowiec. We plan the development of nuclear power plants, and we invest in offshore wind, Baltica 2, that is about to be built, 1.5 gigawatt of capacity. So responding to your question about priorities, these investments reflect our priorities. We decided to focus on the energy mix involving wind, PV, and other sources, and gas, of course, as well. We also focus on energy storage, which is very important for the operation of our systems, dispersed generation, which is very important for us because PGE also operates 16 heat and power plants that can be used as dispersed generation, accounting for local demands. So we have sources in different locations. So from the point of view of security, it is very important. Coming back to your question directly regarding cooperation, we've tested what can be done, what cannot be done, what's profitable, what's feasible, and what is not. Regarding hydrogen, we also analyze what's going to be possible in 10 or 15 years. Definitely we'll have to exchange experience, knowledge, know-how, and experience on projects implemented. And the advantage of Ukraine, or this positive development there, is based on the greenfield investment and their shift to more advanced energy sector will be easier there because we already have assets that will have to be decommissioned. A lot of their antiquated assets have been decommissioned forcefully by war operations, but from the point of view of projects and investments, there's a lot to be done there. What you've said is the introduction to the next question, whether the energy transition in Ukraine after the war, because dispersed generation that's been growing there rapidly is only a part of the process. And from the point of view, from your point of view as the director of the department, can we already learn from Ukraine, or we can share our experience and know-how with Ukraine? Can we go there with new projects and innovations? Well, we can always learn. There's always space for learning. It's worth discussing things. A conference like this one shows that it's really worth meeting and talking. I consider myself to be quite aware of what's going on in the industry, but nevertheless, I was impressed by the discussion about priorities and issues that remain. So we seem to know a lot, but we don't know everything. So we can still learn and draw on the cooperation. So during the intensive recovery process, the cooperation will look differently. But in terms of innovation, we learn from everywhere. We learn from projects implemented all over the world. We are involved in international cooperation. We cooperate with the realm of science and business. So Ukraine seems to be our natural partner across the border, and we will connect Ukraine with Europe from the point of view of energy systems, and we will resort to the latest state-of-the-art solutions and know-how. And we cannot squander this chance to utilize the best experience of projects. It will be important from the point of view of cost and time needed to rebuild Ukraine. For instance, the access to technologies, the availability of gas turbines. It is a challenge for Poland right now, but when you add on top of that the rebuilding of Ukraine, we will face the problem of availability of resources, manufacturers, equipment, labor, and so on and so forth. So exchange of experience is very important. So I understand it is going to be a difficult topic, but let me add to the topic as well. Is it an opportunity for Polish startups, for Polish science? There is always be opportunity. Technology is connected with what's going to happen. It's not only our ideas, but also needs generated by the surrounding world. If we need to expedite the transition process, very often from scratch in Ukraine, the demand there will generate innovation, not only technological innovation like hydrogen technology, but also innovation in terms of organization, common market, and procurement. So we take a very broad view on innovation and the organization of the energy system, from the idea until the operational implementation of a source of energy. We understand, and on top of that, we also have cybersecurity. Ireneusz Bil. Referring to what we've just heard, I fully agree with the previous speaker. We need to follow closely what's going on in Ukraine, because Ukraine may benefit from what is called leapfrogging, supra-generational shift. We once were beneficiary of the process. There was a question when Poland reaches land-based telecoms lines saturation, and the forecast was for 2030. Nothing actually came out of it, because in the meantime, mobile phones appeared. So I believe Ukraine faces a similar chance right now. Because of the war, the country was forced to proceed with this turbo transformation. They do not need to phase out coal-fired plants, because to a large extent they were destroyed. So nuclear power plants still operate, or dispersed PV and wind installations operate. So Ukraine can be a large beneficiary, benefiting from the best solutions developed in the EU. And this applies not only to generation of electricity, but also transmission, because a major problem for Poland is the antiquated grid. Ukraine, facing war destruction, will be able to develop a smart grid. They will be able to utilize AI and properly manage dispersed generation sources. This is a major problem for Poland. We have the grid prepared for the transmission of electricity from north to south, from large generation centers to large consumption centers. So concluding, we need to follow closely what's going on there. We need to learn, because a number of solutions will appear first in Ukraine, then in Poland. I think we can compare this to the development of the banking sector. It takes 5 days in Germany to receive the transfer of money. In Poland, it's maximum 2 days already. You ask a question about startups. Let me put it as follows. Considering that we are now discussing the professional energy generation, startups will not stand a chance there, because when implementing large projects in energy generation, project promoters require references, the proof of experience. Let's continue the same topic. What is your take on the energy transition and cooperation? I believe the transfer of knowledge will proceed both ways. We will be able to transfer to them what worked in our country, but right now a lot of these solutions are not needed there because they still struggle with the war. But we will need some of the solutions that they test on an everyday basis, like very quick development of shelters, protection of critical infrastructure, so just one drone is not able to destroy a large installation. We are not prepared to anything like that, so these are the things that we can learn from Ukraine, and we will definitely need such solutions. This will also apply to different aspects of our operation. Just to give you an example, modular building. So in case something's destroyed, we can just replace a module, not the entire installation. And we can expect a two-way flow of technologies. But I agree that the lifting and overcoming barriers will be very visible in Ukraine. They will look for some solutions needed, and they will already have proven solutions that will be integrated. We still don't have such challenges. Since we are pressed for time, 1 minute for each panelist to summarize our panel. Just one comment, perhaps. We assume that the war will end sooner than later. First of all, possibly within the best borders for Ukraine, and then it will be a window of opportunity for Ukraine. The period of very rapid growth, like in Poland after the Second World War. I read memoir of an American ambassador who could not sleep at night because Germans worked day and night, and he wrote that within the period of upcoming 10 years, Germany stood a chance to become a serious power if they would continue working like that. And Ukraine will have several years of very intense rebuilding and recovery process, and this will be a great opportunity because they will be able to implement investment projects much faster. And this is what we should focus on. So during this intense investment period, we should be involved, and probably it will take only a couple of years. We know that Western Germany were built from scratch, and in eastern part of Germany, they based their recovery process on the existing base. I, as a general contractor, would expect changes in tendering and public procurement regulations, and since definitely financial flows and transfers should be streamlined. And let me ask now Paweł Kaszubski, 1 minute summary. And then Paweł Stańczak. I don't need 1 minute. I think we're progressing to an unknown direction, or not fully known direction. The larger the group of cooperating partners, the more resilient we are to errors and external interference. So what I consider the most important is the cooperation in the area of European security, and we can work on a number of things together. We can achieve a lot together. This needs to be done jointly with due respect to interest of all stakeholders involved. Together we are much stronger than individually. And now to Paweł Stańczak. I'd like to focus on cooperation. That was repeated several times. Cooperation can save a lot for us. Cooperation locally, so my colleagues near Kiev, they do not wait for anyone to develop a program to install batteries in their PV installations. They just install because it's necessary. So when one neighbor does the laundry, the other does not have to do that. And this smart grid enables them to keep going. And this applies also to cross-border cooperation. Since we have storages on the one side and other assets on the other side, we can match by building linkages and bridges. Let me promote the PFR group. I'd like to invite businesses to cooperate with us, with the group of investment funds through the investment agency and other organizations to support Polish business interested in developing new Ukraine. There. Thank you very much for the panel discussion. I hope we finished roughly on time. And thank you very much. And let me invite everyone to the next item on the conference agenda. And let's take a joint photograph before we disperse.
Good afternoon. Let me welcome you very warmly. This discussion panel that I am honored to moderate is very up-to-date, in my opinion. We are going to talk about the path to membership in the EU, about negotiations, decisions, and about how a country that takes this path changes. In our conversation, we'll join two perspectives. The experiences of Poland, a company who went through this accession process, and on the other hand, Ukraine, who is fighting for its membership in the EU. The word fighting is all the more significant in the current situation. The road Poland took was not easy, but it paid back. During today's discussion, I want to establish whether Ukraine, using Polish experience, can decrease the pain or make less mistakes. Jan Truszczyński, a member of the high-level advisory group on Ukraine, someone who was one time directly involved in Poland-EU negotiations. Former Vice Premier, Iwona Klimpusz, who's going to talk to us online. Jan Grabowski, a former member of the head of Lviv Voivodeship, experienced in negotiation processes, and Jacek Piechota, the chairman of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, a former Minister of Economy who has a unique outlook on social and economic aspects of integration with the EU. My first question might be naive, but I want to ask it. When will, in your opinion, Ukraine join finally the EU? When will we have the 1st of May 2004 of our own? Well, it started its negotiations 11 months ago. The countries that, before Ukraine, negotiated the conditions for its membership took years. Spain took 6 years to do that. Greece took much less. We took 4 years and 10 months. So these periods were of various lengths, but this, generally speaking, required an average period of time before the candidate could adapt its law, its institutions, and especially the quality of the functioning of those institutions that handle the market, and not only the market, to a level allowing for an agreeable way to function, a way that is efficient, comparable to how the systems in the EU operate, so that the country can benefit, and so that others can benefit in a similar way. This will take a few more years. I believe, and I have believed, that this is feasible. However, a number of conditions have to be fulfilled by 2030 to finish the negotiations. That's totally feasible. However, there is no automation envisaged here. Iwona.
Translation is not coming through.
Я питала українською мовою вас. Зараз ви мене чуєте?
Чую, так.
Якщо можна, то ви теж відповідаєте українською, якщо вам зручно. Коли, на вашу думку, Україна може вступити до Європейського Союзу?
Ми, коли проходили шлях до набуття безвізового режиму, і я мала честь бути віце-прем'єркою з європейської і євроатлантичної інтеграції, я жодного разу не назвала дати. Не тому, що я не розуміла, як розвиваються процеси, а саме з огляду на те, що завжди є велика кількість чинників, як внутрішніх, так і зовнішніх, які можуть змінити план і можуть змінити очікування стосовно конкретного часу
the translation is possible now because the translator has received the signal. This also applies to our European integration. 2 or 3 years ago, if there was someone saying that Ukraine had a perspective to join the EU, nobody would have believed. But later, everything changed, geopolitically speaking, politically, strategically. The approach has changed, and the way opened for Ukraine. We expect to catch up. The dynamics of this process is a very positive one. It's very fast in comparison to all those processes that happened in the past. On average, it was around 7 years from the status to membership. If we are talking about Ukraine now, 2030 might be the year when EU could have learned all the lessons by that time. But we need to understand a number of things. The internal processes in Ukraine are happening against the background of a large war. At the same time, we see that unexpectedly artificial barriers are emerging on our path, even when Ukraine, on its part, is doing anything to prepare itself to move forward. Now we see, for example, that Hungary is blocking Ukraine's membership in the EU. We are counting on 2030, but we don't know what's going to happen. We will talk about this topic in an in-depth way later on. So there are 2 forecasts. One of them is 2030.
Być optymistą i zaserwować jakoś szybsze.
I wanted to be optimistic and propose a sooner date than 2030, but I am also a realist because I remember the Polish way through our accession. One area is legislation and the preparation of government institutions, agencies, compliance assessment systems, market access. That's one thing. Another domain is the preparation of business for the enlargement. So Ukrainian entrepreneurs also have to very intensively learn the conditions under which the European market is operating. We know that they find it fast to adapt to the European conditions, but the ending of negotiations is one thing, but the enlargement and accession is another thing, because to that all EU member states have to agree. And here we are facing certain problems. Also here in Poland, in our chamber, we carry out a lot of work to break through certain barriers on the Polish side, in the Polish society, of which we have talked about today. But at every opportunity, we appeal to representatives of Ukraine, of Ukrainian government, that they should take into account this matter as well. This requires the Ukrainian partners to carry out a very wide-scale information campaign about the reality in Ukraine, about the status of Ukrainian agriculture, why the enlargement will be beneficial for all member states. If we don't carry out this together, it may turn out that we have finalized the negotiations, everything is good, but 1, 2, or 3 member states will say no. So for that, we also need to be prepared. This decision requires all member states to be taken. Remember about this, because this might affect the date of the final accession. Thank you. Hello, it's very nice to be here with you. Now, we are targeting around 2030, because in fact, there is a plan for Ukraine accession. There are 6 clusters to be taken care of, and they are divided into around 35 different points. Obviously, on one hand, this looks very diplomatic, because indeed we see how other EU member states are behaving and what they are telling us. On the other hand, we have a plan. In this plan, we have 6 clusters. The first cluster is general things: judiciary, the rule of law, conceptual aspects. Part of that, there are 2 subjects: agriculture and logistics. About these 2 clusters, we will talk around 2028, 29. These questions will be probably the most difficult ones, to which we need to prepare ourselves, as Jacek Piechota has said. Ukraine, I think, already is an EU member in moral terms. I don't know of any other country that during a wartime tries to exceed the Union, that declared already in 2014 that they wanted to enter the EU, and people were dying in the Maidan Square, while Greece at the same time was talking about leaving the EU. I remember this well. On the 3rd day of the full-scale war, we appealed to the EU that we wanted to enter it. So I wanted to tell you that, in fact, this war helped Ukraine understand who the foe is and who is not. So mentally and strategically, Ukraine is a member of this community. We have the same target, but formally, there's still a lot for us to do. Nevertheless, the screening that is pending now is an external audit by the state, for the state. We have great auditors from Western countries who are carrying out the screening, the audit, and are telling us what we should do so that Ukraine can become an EU member. That's clear that ahead of us there's a long and difficult road. I would like to ask the ambassador, what was the most difficult moment of the Polish accession talks that Ukraine could take into account now? I think that detailed knowledge about Poland's difficulties might not be very useful for you. We had many difficulties. Some of them are interesting, of course. For example, in the area of agriculture, like milk quotas, for example. There were many more. But I wanted to first make a reference to what other panelists have said. The screening that is now currently being conducted between Ukraine and the EU Commission under the supervision of the EU member states is something that is much more than an audit. It is something that, first of all, is to give Ukraine the legal certainty, meaning the knowledge what it needs to adapt to in all of the 33 negotiation areas individually. The knowledge about that they have to change this much, not less and not more than that. On the other hand, this allows us to photograph the distance between each of these sections and Ukraine's fulfilling of membership requirements. The requirements concern the adaptation of law, but also of institutions, so that the institutions can take over their responsibility for applying the EU law, but also that they should be able to cooperate with ministries, agencies, courts in other member states, meaning, shortly speaking, that they should be able to operate on a similar level as their equivalents in Poland, Lithuania, Romania, Hungary, and other countries. That is what the screening is for. The screening will finish if Ukraine does well on its own by October this year. Until that point, formal negotiations should have started for at least 2 of the 6 clusters that my left-hand neighbor spoke about. We'll see if that works, because unfortunately on each step the unanimity of all the EU member states is required. First, such unanimity is required when starting the negotiations and then when decisions are being made. Unfortunately, since we applied for membership, unanimity between member states is required on every step, even if the steps are of small significance. That can be a drawback. That can be a hurdle. Our online panelist has mentioned one of the member states. That country really puts hurdles. That country is like a rodent that does not add to the common value of the EU. Unanimity is, however, what is required, and I know that there are now discussions pending on how this requirement can be mitigated so that we don't have to unanimously make joint decisions at every step and only make a group photo from time to time to show how much Ukraine has progressed and to approve Ukraine's result. But is it all dependent on Ukraine? Well, of course not. There are also things that are dependent on us as well. It's not that Ukraine is supposed to dance just as we play the tune and we will keep changing the tune. No. The rules were established at the very beginning. They are the so-called negotiation framework that we agreed on unanimously. So that is a framework, a general one, within which the candidate country needs to know what to do to become an EU member state. Then this is broken down into tens of thousands of various topics under the negotiation, but these frameworks have not changed, they are still valid. So there is a stability on our side in this sense. Thank you. If I may intervene with what Ian is saying, although I agree with him completely, we need to remember that the EU screening and the EU negotiations are, for the candidate country, a fantastic guidebook showing what should be implemented and done in their own country. This has already been said today. Marek Belka said that there were 2 Polish prime ministers, Buzek and Miller, who often acted contrary to the social opinion to their own electorate. Unfortunately, politicians thinking in the category of the nearest election will not think about strategy, about long-term policies, the future of the country or economy. They only think of how to placate their own electorate. In the case of our Polish road to EU accession, the argument that these are the conditions that will allow us to become a member of the EU, that argument was used very often in various debates, in various disputes when building electoral programs. However, you need to always be guided by this overall signpost showing the way to the EU. That's one thing. Another thing, a certain framework for the functioning within the EU has a certain general character to it. And in negotiations with the EU Commission, you can find feasibly or easily solvable solutions. There were back in those days issues that we had to take care of in order to become a member. I'm talking about regulations regarding public state aid. In our special economic zones that we created in mid-1990s, there were state aid facilities. We were not yet dreaming about the EU, and that was one of the last issues that we had to take care of almost until the very end of the discussion, of the negotiations. This was a hard nut to crack for us. In our Ministry of Economy checked how much we will have to pay for the International Court of Arbitration, where we had various entrepreneurs who were exempted from taxes. There was no alternative. The alternative was a failed access into the EU. So we had to liquidate special economic zones. But doing that exposed us to the threat of international arbitration costs. Another area was related to the power industry. I'm not going to talk about the details because it's quite complicated, but we also had to choose between the international arbitration court decisions and, on the other hand, the access to the EU. However, in respect of the contracts, we were able to find a way solving this problem that postponed the question of further state aid for years to come. So we were able to negotiate with the EU a certain mechanism in our favor that did fit within the eligibility of public state and allowed us to enter the EU still having special economic zones. So this does really require very substantive preparation on both the sides. The EU Commission is not a censor, it's not your foe. They're not just waiting to assault certain weak points. No. Also, social and political issues are changing in the EU. Today, due to the specific situation with the Russian threat, with the world changing so fast, today, approach to state aid is changing in the EU as well. So at the end, being consistent, that's what Marek Belka said. Had it not been for two prime ministers, Buzek and Miller, we would still probably be negotiating our accession. Danuta Hybner, there used to be a minister like that. We called her the first informer in the government. Every session of our government started with a report provided by Danuta Hybner, who spoke of every minister, saying who he or she, what he or she has done and what he or she has failed to do. Without this enforcement, we would not have finished the negotiations so fast, probably.
Like you've said, Leszek Miller and Mr. Buzek acted against public sentiments, but in Ukraine there is 90% and more support for Ukraine joining the EU. I'd like to address Ivana. What's your opinion? In 2005, we had this unprecedented chance during the Orange Revolution when the world supported Yushchenko. Was there a chance for Ukrainian accession to the EU? What barriers we are facing today? I understand, of course, we have the war. There is this position of Hungary and other member states. What can be done there? Frankly speaking, just as in the case of Poland, there were a number of challenges. There were challenges related to information manipulation. I interviewed Mr. Truszczyński, and one of his suggestions, I remember, was to increase the level of trust between old member states and new member states. Those who pretend to become a member state. We should put more attention to what's going on within the state as regards the implementation of steps towards the goal. And this discipline helped him to put forward strong arguments, which was very efficient. So there are two spheres, the external one and internal one. We can all agree that the Ukrainian society pay a very high price for their choice, and they are ready to fight for the values that are natural for the current member states of the European Union. Our path to the EU means that we need to coordinate our plans with the goal. We have exhausted the positive credit or trust towards Ukraine as regards the status of a candidate country. Now the ball is on our side of the court, and we need to show how we do what we need to do without waiting for any specific decisions urging us to proceed. Ukraine has their roadmaps prepared as regards the implementation of certain solutions. We just need to proceed forward, and this will be yet another positive argument to overcome barriers one by one and to reach the goal. Of course, we still have the war, certain objective conditions that prevent us to fulfill certain obligations or delay that moment. And we have the martial law in the country, and this might be tempting for certain parties not to implement the reforms. It's tempted to limit rights of various local government officials. So whenever we open up to this process and we attract attention to internal processes and transition in Ukraine, we have a sort of sandwich. On the one side, we have those European factors, the Ukrainian society putting pressure on the government, and also internally in our parliament and various institutions, we have people who lead the reform process. And this should lead to this overarching goal of the Ukrainian society. And we can expect further challenges regarding the pace of this transition in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Your words give much hope. Ukraine is ready. You learned your lesson well. And let me address Markirian. Of course, the process was not easy in Poland. What's the situation? What are the societal sentiments in Ukraine? There is a word in German language, Jein, which means yes and no at the same time. We do have examples of Ukrainian companies which are very successful on other markets. There are quite a large number of such companies, and on the other hand, they don't have much experience on other markets. Ukrainian goods are not very popular on other markets, and it's something understandable. It's natural, because competition is not nice for anyone. So it's obvious that customers benefit, but other parties would like to reduce competition. So whenever Ukrainian goods enter other markets, we can rarely see very positive emotions. But everyone needs to take into account that there will be other competing parties. Briefly about threats for Ukraine joining the EU. The declarations should not remain declarations only. We cannot expect corruption to end overnight because it involves the new vision of the state. The screening and suggestions made by the EU are invaluable. We need to implement best practices, and it's very important for Ukraine to move from declaration to very specific steps. It's very good that the European Commission defined those steps, helping Ukraine pertaining to the appointment of judges, conclusion of court cases, and so on and so forth. So we do have a very specific plan, which is excellent for a country like Ukraine, because we know exactly what needs to be done. As regards business, business is prepared morally, but not fully understand what it means to operate in the EU. A lot has been changing in the EU itself. For instance, environmental regulations. Still before the war, the EU environmental law was different from what we have today. And I believe that internal authorities are well structured in Ukraine. They operate. They've been already implementing certain changes. The same applies to the minister and Ivana regarding integration with the EU. And this is one of the most important directions for the development of the state. Since you mentioned that the declarations may remain declarations, I understand that you see such a threat. Well, yes. Sometimes in politics, people say one thing and do another thing, but on the part of the society, I hope there is control. We've seen that in, for instance, 2014, when the president stopped negotiating we had the revolution. We know how it ended for him and for the country. The voice of citizens in Ukraine is very strong. If we compare Russia to Ukraine, in Ukraine people have really real freedom of word, freedom of speech. So you can write whatever you want on Facebook and you won't end up in jail. We do have true democracy in the country. Our problem is that we considered Russians as people because they look similar. And now when we compare, we understand it. We thought they were brothers, now we understand they are not humans. To continue the topic of business, as a former Minister of Economy, you mentioned that Polish entrepreneurs were afraid of the opening to the EU market. To what extent it was justified, and whether now Ukrainian business people should be concerned for the same reason. Polish farmers were very afraid of Poland's accession, and then it turned out that they were the largest beneficiaries of the process. And our problem right now is that many of them do not want to remember that. We paid transition period in the freedom of capital, freedom of people movement. We are afraid of the buyout of land by foreign capital. We negotiated 8-year transition period for the movement of capital. Do I remember right? Was it 8 or 7? But nevertheless, we paid for our requests. We wanted to have this transition regarding the movement of capital and maximum period of 12 years regarding the possibility to buy land. And this was one of the 4 EU freedoms, the movement of capital. And then we had this transition period for the movement of people. Of course, Polish farmers were very concerned, and Polish entrepreneurs had a very long period to adjust to EU conditions, so the situation in Ukraine cannot be compared to what we had in Poland. From the accession and association agreement, I was the last Minister of Economy who lifted barriers for Western products to enter the Polish market. We reduced customs duties, protection measures. We withdrew from them, increasing access of the West to the Polish market. It took more than 10 years. So the Polish business and the Polish economy had enough time to prepare for the competition. Small and medium-sized companies are now global companies. They did very well on the EU market, and not only, but our business had much time. In the case of Ukraine, the situation is extremely different. The war, the free access to the EU market in order to save Ukrainian budget, new regulations, return to the DCFTA of 2016, and the opening of the Ukrainian market for EU products, which is uncomparable to what we had. So we're talking about dramatically more difficult conditions for the Ukrainian business. But they did very well on the EU market right now. The mere fact that we have 30,000 companies involving Ukrainian capital and many Ukrainians registered their businesses in Poland. Ukrainian companies through Poland started operating elsewhere in the EU. This situation is uncomparable with what Poland had during Poland's accession to the EU. No simple comparison possible. The access to the large EU market was a serious boost for the Polish economy. And shortly before accession, before the 1st May 2004, we had the largest inflow of foreign investment to Poland from beyond the EU, because investors knew that they invest based on old conditions, but very soon they would have access to the large EU market. So this expedited the development of Polish economy, and I'm convinced this is the future of Ukraine. Adding to what Minister Piechota has said, 5 years before Poland's accession to the EU, 1999-2004, we received roughly 4 billion euros of direct inward investment. In 2004 until 2023, 13 billion every year, continuously. It's a surprising discussion because I thought we have more in common, but it's obvious that we proceed along different paths. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Ambassador, can we count on Poland and on other European member states? We hope to convince our partners and convince all EU member states. Among 27 states, there is one which government is clearly against Ukrainian membership in the EU. But governments may and should change. We will see a year from now or several years from now. Nothing lasts forever. I remember we didn't have any opponents of Poland's membership, and the results of the negotiations were assessed by the parliament. The voting took place in parliaments, not through referenda. I remember in 2002 and 2003, if we had referenda in 15 old member states, we would lose such referendum in at least 2 or 3 of them, because people were concerned whether it was the right time to accept Poland as a member state. This can be summarized as follows. It's highly probable that the result of the accession negotiations will be accepted by member states as it was in the past. We have never had a case that any country, any member state, voted against. This doesn't mean that it will not happen in the future, but the probability is very low. Once the process is completed and it's clear that there will be no harm to member states, the critical mass will be in member states strong enough that even if a country has some doubts, they will vote for rather than against. But I'm just speculating about the future. This may take place in 4, 5, 6, or 7 years from now. Let me interject. One very important issue. We need to focus on educating our societies teaching them or telling them what the enlargement means for them. I remember that before accession, German and Austrian ministers showed me analyses of their research institutes based in Vienna and Berlin. These analyses showed that the enlargement of the EU would be beneficial for Germany and Austria, and it would translate into 1% GDP growth. The further from the accession line, the increase in GDP declined. It was 0.3 for Spain. So enlargement means a new area for their activity, and we would have to explain that to the Polish society, that the enlargement will be beneficial for the Polish economy.
We are shortly running out of time, but let us end with Ivana's voice from Ukraine. Can we say that Ukraine now actually has it all that it takes to accede to the EU? There's a lot of social support for that move in Ukraine. Ukraine is ready from the point of view of the institutions. Basically, there are no votes or voices against. Can Ukraine easily say that, yes, we have done everything in order to accede to the EU? Well, it does not look as positive. Unfortunately, the situation in Ukraine is as follows. There is an EU member that is using its right of veto, so there are serious talks that we will have to carry out, not just with the EU. Also, there's a need for internal talks within the EU. The EU has its own problems related to unanimity. However, we cannot affect this process at all because we are not an EU member state. As it comes to our institutional possibilities, this is still a huge challenge for us. At this moment, we are grateful to every EU member state. We are very grateful towards the EU Commission that is helping us in reinforcing our institutional capacities, both in regard of the accession process and the process of functioning as a fully fledged EU member state. We do not want to enter the EU as a crippled duck. No, we want to be a pillar of energy security, of EU economy. I am convinced that this can happen. However, there are still a lot of things that should be done. In my opinion, for the time being, it is of key importance that we should maintain this dynamics of this process, both on the side of Ukraine and on the side of the EU. This is what the future of Ukraine depends on, but also this is what the trust that we have for the EU depends on. The same was true for former candidates to the EU. I believe that this is a win-win situation. Everybody will be the winner here. Ukraine, just like every previous candidate, will become an EU member state and will reinforce the geopolitical role that the EU is playing. We also have to be aware of the fact that in every process, at every step, Russia will be doing anything that it can in order to build opposition. It will put down hurdles for us. It will amplify the voices of those who today, objectively or manipulatively, ask questions regarding the future accession of Ukraine to the EU. So we have to prevent these manipulations and create a very objective, substantive dialogue that will show to us how we all can benefit from this process. I hope we will all approach this process in a way that is responsible. As the members or participants of this discussion have said, nothing lasts forever. Everything will bring effect if there is political strategy and determination. Let us hope that this conversation will help us know where to look for allies, where to strengthen our forces. Let's meet in the future. Thank you. Now, a group photo. I will stick myself to this picture because I and Jan worked a lot in 2003, 2004. We flew, we drove very often to those discussions. Our government did not put up hurdles for us. Thank you. We've talked a lot about ideas, about politics. Now it is high time that we talked about money. We have this advantage today over other conferences that when we issue a book, we have the authors of the book with us. So with us we have Marek Buczak and Wojciech Jabłoński, who represent the Polish Development Fund, the Polish International Development Fund, PFR, TFI. With them is Mr. Kappa, an officer for Ukraine in the Polish Development Fund. Recently, he used to be the right hand of Marek Belka in the European Parliament. These gentlemen claim they manage the amount of 600 million zloty that they can use on investment in Ukraine. Thank you, Dariusz, for introducing us. I'm glad that I can see such an abundance of participants in the audience. Maybe it's because of the lunch time that has not yet come, but as it is late and we have been up since 4 a.m., we decided that we will give up the presentation that our PR and marketing department gave us to show to you, and we will start by focusing on what is the most important in respect of international development and expansion. We will talk to you also about how we see Ukraine, but we will focus first of all on getting accustomed to the offer of PFR TFI, or our Polish International Development Fund, but also we will help you understand how that there are many more investment funds, not just PFR Group or KUKE or PAIH, but we are now operating more broadly based on Team Poland, where apart from PFR Group companies, we also work together with the largest banks and financial institutions in Poland. I think this will all be with benefit to the Polish entrepreneurs and the Europe as a whole. Now, we will give up on some of the slides. I was supposed, for example, to explain to you why we are investing in international expansion. Why? Because it pays off. Because this is a way to transfer technology, to diversify technology. And from the perspective of professionalization of companies, such expansion is a necessity at a certain level of development, of course, if the stakeholders do want to keep developing. As regards the companies that we talk to, and we have dozens of meetings annually where we talk to businessmen, to entrepreneurs, and the question is asked then often, when is it the right moment to think about international expansion, about running joint projects with us? As regards our Polish International Development Fund, we join other initiatives related to Polish companies opening abroad, not at the level of idea or the initial stage of development, but we as a fund join companies that have already succeeded at the Polish market at a certain level and want to multiply this success abroad. What changes in our perception is that we do not treat it all as cooperation, strictly we, the Polish company and others, because in fact interest in cooperation with us comes from also large international companies, and we want to use this idea in the Ukrainian market, where we are supposed to link the Polish business with the Western business, with the Far Eastern business. And we believe that with this model we will be able to exist in the Ukrainian market. Thank you, Marek. Indeed, we have said here already a bit about those motives for a company to perhaps start thinking about international expansion. I wanted to touch upon a certain thread with you here, and Marek, you might join forces with me using your long-term experience in investing in foreign markets. There are two things that need to be combined. We have a Polish company because we are a Polish development fund that is supporting investments coming out of Poland. A Polish company that is supposed to realize an investment project abroad. So we're not talking about exports or sales through a sales office, a service, but we're talking about an investment, meaning certain elements need to be combined, certain different puzzles need to be put together. But the situation is dynamic. Those puzzles or pieces of the puzzle are moving around, like in Ukraine. There's a war that has caused a lot of changes in the market. The negotiations that are pending with the EU are still causing certain uncertainty as regards the future picture of the market. And this overlaps with politics. So, from your perspective, which of these elements are important for an investment project to succeed? Important from the point of view of both the Polish company and the foreign company, regardless whether this is a greenfield project or a merger takeover. I think we share the same information because we both work on similar projects. You used to work in Ukraine, but I used to travel together with you. But from the perspective of running a business, not only in Ukraine, but also anywhere far from Poland, in more risky countries, of key importance remains, apart from the willingness to take up certain risk and outlay your own money, is to secure all those risks. From our perspective, as of now, operations within the Ukrainian market are very difficult, and there we usually mostly focus on securing risks, not only our risks, but also our partners' risks. Our partners, meaning Polish businesses, enterprises that invest their own money that they earn in other countries. As it comes to Ukraine, a certain remedy for a large number of problems that you might face there is KUKE. KUKE is our partner that is also part of the PFR group. It is not in capital links with us, but it is a developmental institution. And KUKE has the war insurance policy that is used by entrepreneurs who want to locate their funds to the east of Poland. That policy is able to secure the risks from war, damages, unpredictable risks. KUKE also has other instruments that can secure risks for such projects. From the perspective of international capital projects, you certainly need to very thoroughly prepare yourself in respect of market recognition as it comes to finding partners, because just coming out to a foreign market might turn out not to be successful if you don't bet on the right persons. Probably you can add information to what I say, but on the example of Germany, for example, but without local managers who come from the given country where we are targeting, an investment like that can end up in being discouraged. The map here shows countries where the International Development Fund has invested so far. There was a question asked today if Ukraine is bankable. The answer was that as a state, yes, but as a project, each project needs to be assessed independently. So we need to assess whether an investment project in Ukraine is more or less risky than in another country, like in Germany. Our Polish International Development Fund invested the most in Germany and Ukraine, which is the derivative of the economic activity of the Polish companies. So how do you see Ukraine through this prism? A country that is waging a war. It's the entrepreneurs, actually, that assess that risk. Entrepreneurs used to invest in Ukraine before the war. They stopped during the war. But there are also entrepreneurs who, despite the conflict, decide to either start or look for opportunities in respect of investments. Marek spoke of finding the right persons that will manage a foreign project both in Poland and in Ukraine. That is of key importance. Without those local managers, without access, daily access to the company, to the data, we will not be able to run a project, regardless of whether this is Ukraine or Germany. Now, comparing the two neighbors of Poland, German projects, in our assessment, are difficult, or even very difficult, due to the closed market. Although Poland and Germany are on the European market, and you might expect the market to be the same, still there are those invisible barriers in the German market that make it difficult to invest. So we are, with interest, looking at how this might function in Ukraine. What about you, Market? Could you add something? As regards projects related to International Development Fund and capital investments, we first of all have to bet on one thing. The effects will not be seen in a year or 2 years' time from now. We will see the fruit in a few years from now only. Bearing in mind the over 20 projects that we have done so far, projects can be delayed. As regards new investments, they will bring benefits later than it is established in a business plan. And this is a normal thing. So we, as PFR, TFI, and as a Polish International Development Fund, have instruments to provide comfort to our partners in developing their foreign businesses. Our instruments are long-term ones. We don't actually offer short-term financing when joining a project as a partner. We only give such tools that last for 5 to 10 years. This is not a coincidence. Our decision is based on our experience that we have gained through our projects in International Development Fund. Germany is a difficult market, but Germany is going through a crisis for a few years now. But we can see also opportunities. We can see relatively cheap opportunities for takeovers. They have links with American companies or other EU member state companies. As it comes to Ukraine, it is different, because in Ukraine we do not see companies comparable to the Polish companies that we could take over together with the Polish entrepreneurs. But what we see is that Polish companies have an appetite to take over certain assets or establish a company and develop a company. Not for now, but for the future, rather. So for the purposes of modernization and rebuilding of Ukraine that will hopefully start within a year or maybe 2. Let us go back to one of the previous slides, because we did not actually say to you who we are. We work for PFR TFI. We manage together an International Development Fund this is the most dynamic team in our company. We belong to the PFR group, and so far we have run over 20 projects globally, as Wojtek has said, mostly in Germany and in the United States, but generally speaking, we have invested in 10 countries globally. All of them have been run with Polish companies as partners. The International Development Fund, AN, invested over 100 million euros in 2023. The first fund was established in 2016 and stopped its investment period. The second fund started in 2023, and its target capitalization will be 600 million PLN. Now, we have 600 million zloty to invest. Maybe not all of it in Ukraine, because we are not allowed to do that, but we certainly have large funds that will allow us to come into larger transactions together with Polish companies, and this is already happening. Now, let us take a look at our latest investment that Wojtek has run. Could you please, Wojtek, say a few words about it? That we have run together with AOIC? Yes, exactly. The fact that the International Expansion or Development Fund is working and is realizing an investment project in Ukraine is an answer to the question of whether the Polish state is supporting entrepreneurs, whether we have tools to invest already now in Ukraine. So, by reference to what Marek has said, I would like to say that yes, this fund can carry out projects, and we are carrying out such projects already. We ensure such projects with KUKA. We cooperate with PAIF for information purposes, for investment support in Ukraine. And the first project that we have completed together with a Polish partner, EUWIC, an information technology company or a software house that creates software and delivers it to its clients, a company that is a large enterprise and employs over 2,000 people. They have decided to carry out international expansion not only by winning over foreign customers, but also by taking over companies of a similar profile in Ukraine. The company decided to take over 5 small software houses that are located in Lviv, Kiev, Vinica, Kharkiv. In this way, I can say the company covers territorially Ukraine or its larger portion. EUWIC has an idea that we tried to speak about at the beginning, that foreign investments are supposed to be beneficial for both the parties, meaning both the country carrying out and the receiving country, and also for the companies participating. So the idea is to consolidate the companies taken over, but also to merge them into one body and to deliver them with know-how, technology, customer access, and access to products, to elevate their competencies. So we believe that this cooperation will keep developing.
We can see that in cross-border projects, such projects are a catalyzer for activity, and other companies on both sides join in, and these projects can expand. So we are very optimistic regarding the transaction. Our role is not to encourage you to invest in Ukraine today, but to provide information, and you actually decide the right conditions are there. We need to adjust to the conditions at the level of the due diligence analysis or the investment contract and the governance, at the governance level. We try to share our knowledge with Polish companies for the investment to be successful. This foreign expansion fund provided loans, and in other projects we can be an equity contributor Together with Marek, we had a study visit to Lviv. We met representatives of companies there. This visit will be well remembered. It was a challenge for our institution to organize such a delegation to Ukraine. Last year, I know that some international financial institutions appear there more frequently, but what's important when we met management boards of other companies, and the way they ran their business was not very different from Western standards. So we are very glad that we are able to be there and to integrate those companies. The first investment opened the door to the Ukrainian market for us. Right now, we are currently working on several industrial projects, smaller greenfield investment or brownfield investment worth several millions euro or dollars. And at the moment, we can hardly think investing there without KUKA, but this transfer investment attracted smaller IT companies, and they become more and more interested in the Ukrainian software market, and we can assume that this is not our last investment in this area involving Polish companies. And we are very happy because of that. Just as Wojtek has mentioned, and how we invest. The investment fund is the closed non-public asset fund. It means that we can be very flexible regarding our investment involving Polish companies. We focus on private companies that are not listed, and we can offer instruments that are not offered by other institutions such as banks. And this means that we do not compete with banks, but we complement their offer. And this is the main idea for the operation of our fund. We are there to support the expansion of Polish companies in Ukraine, but since we are an investment fund, we need to generate profit, which is natural. As regards our instruments, the fund can provide various loans, complemented often with bank financing, but we frequently provide capital for investment, and we become an equity partner. Our main investment ticket is from 3 to 20 million euros in one project, and our fund does not involve in operational matters, in the management of companies. So we maintain the status of a financial investor, and we need to have lower than 40% of shares in a company. If we invest in a loan, in the form of a loan, we cannot invest more than 50% of a project value. We consider our partners seriously, and we plan long-term cooperation. We verify our partners regarding their reputation, and once we select a company, we do not concentrate on just one project, but we think about professionalization of those companies, develop strategies together. We'd like to build long-term relations, and should you have any specific projects for us, you can now see a typical description of an investment process. Since we are not regulated by the finance authority, we need to receive concessions and permits, but we're capable of implementing a project within. We can pass the project through this process within 3 months. And let me just add that we don't have any geographic strategy or any specific focus on industries. So we can cover all industries unless an industry is not socially responsible. So dual-use products used also by the military is also within our reach. So we're open to discuss various projects and cooperation with Ukrainian companies supporting Polish foreign investment, provided it's beneficial for both parties. I understand we exhausted our time. There are some questions from the floor, I can see. But since we don't have any geographic limitations, I believe that when we meet a year from now, you will see more spots on the map. Of course, we do not invest in countries covered by sanctions. So Russian Federation is not included. Let me show you perhaps one more thing which is important, so to make you aware that there are many more institutions supporting the development and expansion of Polish companies. There's BGK, the investment agency, KUKA. We are a daughter company of PFR, and also banks that have very positive attitude to investing in Ukraine. So Credit Bank will be our natural partner while investing in Ukraine. This will create opportunities of cross-selling. What's also important is that we monitor the development of the international market. We follow various international institutions, and they also seriously consider larger Ukrainian projects. So should you have such projects that are too large for us, other institutions can join in, and we will be glad to cooperate with them. So there are no major limitations regarding the scale of the project or a specific industry. Let me just add that projects that we would like to combine involves development agencies and investment agencies from other countries, including Turkey, Korea, or Japan. The talks are in progress, and we can think of multinational projects in Ukraine, and we believe that this will be the right direction for the future. So, questions from the floor now, and we are going to stay tonight with you during the gala dinner. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Władek Litwin, and I am the chairman of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce representing the Ukrainian side. What Ukrainians have heard is very interesting, but there's always a question how this can be beneficial for Ukraine. As a banker, I can see that the liquidity in the banking sector in Ukraine is quite good. According to various analysis of the World Bank and other institutions, the need for the funding of recovery is at the level of minimum $500 billion. There's going to be a very high demand for funding of various projects, construction materials, the energy industry, and infrastructure development. Although we're going to have much funding from abroad and liquidity will be there, the liquidity of the banking sector in Ukraine is quite good, but the liquidity of companies is not so good at all. So banks cannot provide funding because the equity capability is very limited. At the same time, international institutions like EIB, IFC and others are very willing to enter equity deals. As the deputy head of EBRD in Ukraine, I know that the level of equity was very problematic. So the situation is that we would be interested in establishing equity funds, but there is no sponsor, good sponsor, to start the process. And there we have a state-owned institution. This might be a very good partner who can provide 100 million euros, and then this creates the will of among international institutions to join in. So we have 100 million plus, say, 300 other million automatically. So we need a state institution and international institutions, so we already have this umbrella, the political umbrella. At the same time, there's much opportunity for growth of such a fund. And the collective Wall Street would be very much willing to enter the process. So with 100 million euro, you can attract 500 million more. And with the leveraging, we exceed 1 billion. So anyone who starts the game would be very proud of this step. So a small step that was a multiplier to gain 15 times more. Please consider this regarding Ukraine. There are such programs under Ukrainian facility, and there are ideas how to multiply the funding. Our institution does not have such a fund to be able to invest in other funds, but we really consider Ukraine as a very positive market. We consider various smaller and larger projects there. We invite other financing institutions, but at the moment it's not a topic for us. I know that last week there was a meeting in Paris regarding the establishing of a fund that would invest in Ukraine after BlackRock resigned. But right now, while investing in Ukraine, we do not weaken Ukrainian companies. Investing together with Polish companies, we contribute to the transfer of solutions and technologies that are and will be needed while building new Ukraine, because not all the technologies in Ukraine are suitable. From what we heard, Ukraine will have to be built according to Western European standards, not Eastern European standards. As regards funds, we can see much interest of other funds contacting PFR. They like the idea that different funds under PFR, I represent the Foreign Expansion Fund, Michał represents a large fund investing in Poland, but this fund can invest in Poland, but the destination of the production can be in Ukraine. So we can see the interest of the Western world, but also Korea and Japan. They would like to invest together with us. And this will be beneficial for Ukraine, no doubt about it, but at the moment we don't have such solutions of co-investing in smaller or larger Ukrainian funds. The time will come, but right now we can see other needs among businesses. And despite everyday news that are worrying, and because of military actions and attacks launched by Russia, we can see as growing hope that the breakthrough will come, and we need to prepare for investment and rebuilding of Ukraine. Thank you. You've mentioned the large amount that is needed. We're talking about direct investment, inward investment, not necessarily in the rebuilding of the country. directly, but definitely this multiplier is there, considering our fund. €1 or $1 invested by the fund translates into $3, because yet another dollar is added by the Polish company, and on top of that there is a banking financing, so you can create significant leverage there. We collect projects in the pipeline. There is no, the pipeline is not filled with many projects. And that's why we need such conferences and meetings like this one. I think it's very good to disseminate knowledge. We build this potential human capital networking in order to translate everything into very specific projects in the future. Once we reach that moment that we build a large portfolio in the pipeline, and there will be much interest among Polish companies to invest in Ukraine, it will be a good moment to create a designated fund. But since our fund has the total of 600 million, we are ready to fund the projects in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention. We already exceeded the time allocated for us. We will be available tonight and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Energy transition efforts and the rise of the low-carbon technologies are driving our shift in the focus towards in Baltic Sea. The cooperation is also crucial for the security of the region and affordable prices for energy consumers. At Orlen, we strongly recognize that partnership and collaboration are critical to the development of the projects and therefore to the success of the region energy transition.
Plany biznesowe powstają z marzeń. Dlatego nie ma dwóch takich samych firm. Jedni chcą działać na całym świecie. Innym cały świat mieści się w dłoni. Sukces biznesu to nie tylko jego wielkość, ale też szczęście, jakie przynosi ludziom. PKO Bank Polski.